Is there any special meaning behind that? I would love to know. Somebody wants to tell me. A reminder also that with this new run, we're going to have new prizes available for y'all. You want to head on over to the prize page and check out the copy of Final Fantasy VII for PS1 that we have. I went and looked at it. It is a physical copy, a full physical copy. It has the book. It's not like a greatest hits version. It is a lovely, lovely copy of Final Fantasy VII. For only a $10 minimum donation, you can be entered for a chance to win that. We also have a beautiful, beautiful Magicite sculpture from Heroic Replicas. It requires a $20 minimum donation to be entered for a chance to win that. It is very pretty. And we also have a 3 houses wall clock. Now, this Fire Emblem 3 houses, because these are going to be available through the end of Fire Emblem. And that is a $15 minimum donation for the 3 houses wall clock. Now, I am hearing that we are ready to go. So I hope y'all are hyped for a little more Final Fantasy. It is the Final Fantasy 3 3D Remake, any percent for the PC. Poorscythe, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I am Poorscythe. You may have seen me do FF1 PSP and FF2 PSP in the past at previous Limit Break events. With me today are a pair of commentators. If you could introduce yourselves.
How's it going, everybody? It's Melly McTroll, back again.
And I'm Sonny Rath11. You saw me run Final Fantasy 1 randomizer earlier, as well as commentate the Pixel Remaster for Final Fantasy 2.
So before I begin, just a quick note that I'm a little under the weather here, so I will be attempting to do my best to offer commentary where possible. But if in the event I can't do it, we have Sonny Rath and Smelly to help out here. And then one other personal note before I begin is I just want to dedicate this run to a friend who was battling cancer who passed away 2 months ago. His name is Jeff. He was a big fan of video games and Final Fantasy, and he battled cancer like a warrior until the very end. So this is for him. With that, I think we can get started. I will just need the names before we get started.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just refresh this page one more time to see if we have any kind of snipes. It doesn't look like it. So it's your choice. You know, we have 2 names here at $50. You can choose Erebus or Horse.
Erebus. Well, there's 4 characters, so we'll be using all 4 names if there's 4 options.
Yes. All right, so Erebus is E-R-E-B-U-S.
Okay.
And then Horse is Horse. It's not capitalized either.
Okay. So I'll pick one of those. We'll assign them. We'll be getting our party members pretty quickly. But with that, we'll get started. So
would you say
countdown.
that this is still open then, since you haven't asked for the next 2?
If you want to give me the other 2, we can go ahead and do it.
I mean, the question is, do you want to leave it open for somebody to snipe it, since people are talking about sniping a name in the chat?
Well, then you better hurry up, chat. I can let you know when the last one.
All right, y'all have some extremely short amount of time to snipe a name in if you want.
Okay, I'll begin the countdown then. So 3, 2, 1, and go. Oh, and it would help if I focused the game. So here is our first party member. This guy could be Horse. Let's make that. See a little horse who has fallen into a cave while adventuring by himself. Nope, and there's some goblins.
Welcome to the start of Final Fantasy 3. You get a forced encounter, similar to Final Fantasy 2, but this one, you don't die in, hopefully.
What is this garbage? To start off.
Whoa, man, these goblins.
We found...
Dude, didn't I
Impressive.
What a
warn you
start.
about bad luck before the run even started?
What is
I'm
this
already
garbage?
half dead, and it was the forced encounter in the very beginning of the game.
Horse loving goblins.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So this is Crystal Cave. There's not a whole lot going on here. Gonna pick up a couple items. Importantly, it's gonna be like the battle items here. So you're gonna see him pick up a couple Antarctic winds, which are gonna come into play real soon.
Yeah, I'll ask you for your help to chat with this one. I have a math question for you guys. But we'll wait till we get to the boss. So I'm going to pick up this chest as well, which has another weapon. I'm going to config while I'm here, or I'm not, because I'm missing my inputs. I'm turning on auto run, memory cursor, and I'm making the menu on the screen opaque, which is just a personal preference of mine.
And there's the Antarctic wind. That is going to be used here in just a few moments against the very first boss of the game, the land turtle.
Well, this is really unfortunate. Oh my god.
I mean, you're still alive. 2 HP, but you're
I'm
still alive.
And I have a potion.
Don't worry, it was math. It was calculated.
Oh god. Okay. So we just have to navigate through this early cave at the start to grab 2 Antarctic winds and 2 potions. Normally, I don't need to use one of the potions, and I want to save it. But I'm going to have to probably improvise a little bit on this one. What is going on? Did I put the wrong... Oh, I think I know what I did. I didn't put the other weapon on. I picked up the weapon from the chest I didn't put it on.
Yeah, I was wondering
Well,
what that was, because
that would be helpful.
might cause you to take less damage. But there's the second Antarctic wind, as well as the second potion, and here in just a little bit, we'll be seeing that first boss, the land turtle, where that Antarctic, or both of those Antarctic winds are going to come in handy.
That's better. That's the damage I should be doing.
There we go.
Alright, just before I get in here, I'm going to quickly heal up. I don't know why these are over here. Let's put them over there.
Alright, here we go.
So we'll say hello to the first boss. And Chad, I want you to count very carefully here. I'm going to be using Antarctic winds, and I have 2 of them. And I want you to count how many I use. So if you were watching carefully, it looks like I used it 3 times. But I actually only used 1. So I still have 1 in my inventory. And that's part of an item duplication glitch that is the foundation of this run. So essentially...
Yeah, so that's... Yeah,
Go ahead,
one of the
Smelly.
major... So that's one of the major mechanics of this speed run, and you use it almost immediately, just a couple minutes in. So essentially, what you're going to be doing is going into the auto battle while you're on the equipment menu, and it doesn't actually consume the item from your inventory. Later on, going to have a little bit of an added bonus to that as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting how that actually ends up working, just because that allows so many of the consumable battle items to be used just over and over again. But now...
Yes, math is an illusion in this run.
Yeah, math most definitely is an illusion in this run.
Okay,
look.
we're out of the cave. We're gonna head.
The horse is back on the
Yeah,
range.
so you get dropped into the surface world here, and now gonna go for this leg of the journey. Just gonna go collect the rest of the party members, one of which will be right here.
So say hello to our second party member who's getting bullied by these little kids. You could be Erebus.
That is how it be. Bullied by teens.
I mean, he's bigger than him, but there's like 3 of them, so clearly math is an illusion.
The kneecaps are done for.
Where is it? See item over here. Check this.
Yeah, so that's another mechanic in this game that you won't see too often. You can kind of zoom in on certain things, and you'll see a bit of a sparkle, and it'll let you know that there's some sort of secret passage or secret item, et cetera, et cetera.
So I picked that one up because I used the 2 potions earlier due to my mistake with forgetting to equip the weapon. I really wanted to take it and give it to this guy, who will trade it for a Phoenix Down, which is going to be very valuable.
Trading lots of value there. Yeah. Going from a potion to a Phoenix Down, which has a much higher cost.
Yeah, you just don't see Phoenix Downs too often in this game in general. Like, you can buy them from the shop, you have to pick them up from the chest, so they're a bit of a rarity. But with the item duplication glitch, well, you can actually get around that.
So it works with any item that we can throw in combat using the item command specifically. So that means it can't be used with things like Geisel Greens or things that like give you the sight of the map. And unfortunately cannot be used with ninja shurikens, which would be really, really sweet.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, what about the ninja shurikens, though? But you'd beat me to that one.
Okay. So here we're talking to Sid, who just looks like an outline. Everyone in this town has been cursed and appears as a ghost. So we have to go and clear that up. So I'm going to need the 3rd character name.
Sure thing. I'll hit refresh one more time. It looks like it is still Sereth, C-E-R-E-T-H.
Sereth can be her today.
I like that name.
And how Sid got this airship underneath the sands, we'll never know.
I do like that name more than Raphia. Sereth is a lot easier to say, in my opinion.
For those that may not know, Sereth is a prominent former FF streamer, but he does help organize the FF relays each year. And he also has run this game in the past. So we've gotten our airship. Oops. I'm going to take it over here, and I'm going to shortly need the final name.
Yeah, so after getting the airship, just take it west a little bit and come up on Castle Sasune. And we'll get information for the next leg of the journey here. As Poorscythe said, everyone here in Castle Sasune and Kazis is the previous town is cursed by a djinn, so they're a ghost. So need to go beat up the djinn and reverse that.
And we need a Mithril ring to do that, which is held by the princess, who's traversing the first major dungeon here. So we need that last name.
Sure thing. Last refresh of the page here. And it looks like it's still chaos in all caps.
I am glad Chaos showed up.
I mean, to be fair, Princess Sarah has also shown up.
Wasn't Chaos here just a few hours ago?
I wouldn't know. So, at this point in the game, the goal now is to head over to the cave that the Djinn is in, find both the Djinn and Princess Sarah, defeat the Djinn, and then come back with the Mithril Ring in order to help free these people from the curse so that way they are no longer ghosts.
Alright, we're heading into the first major dungeon, which is honestly one of the most brutal dungeons in the game in terms of difficulty. It's just horribly balanced.
Oh gosh, no kidding there.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with some of these encounters. These skeletons are, oh man, they're ridiculous.
Alright, so we are going to be abusing this item duplication glitch a little bit to just create some safety for myself, because you notice I ran in here with literally no potions or any other recovery items of any sort other than this lone Phoenix down. So I'm taking a moment here to just repeat commands with the item duplication glitch to create extra copies to put in my inventory. Essentially, each time I cancel a command from one of these characters, it's putting one copy in my inventory. I'll probably be doing around 25-ish. Probably one more round, right?
Yeah, this is the prime use of the item duplication glitch.
If you have anything for Sporadic, I'm going to be here for just a minute here.
I do, in fact, have all kinds of donations for y'all. Thank you so much. First off, I have an anonymous donation for $20, no comment, just generosity. Thank you so much. I have one more of those too. Another anonymous dono for $25. So thank you so much, anonymous. M&T sent in $50, said, great to see the best speedrunning marathon is back again. Thank you for organizing. Smiley face. Thanks, M&T. Van Yeager sent in $100, says, I've been a huge fan of RPG Limit Break and the cause Nami shoots for. I'm so happy to be in a position to support this event and to give back to something that is dear to my heart. Let's see who wins between Guts and Griffith. And that has got to be, that has got to be another bid war going on somewhere down the line. Do we still have time?
I'll just quickly note that this switch does not appear unless I talk with the king before this fight. There's a bunch of extra force plot triggers in this game that I have to just kind of work through that weren't in the original game and also aren't in the Pixel Remaster version of the game. But other than that, yes, you are good to go.
All right, well, Airplane sent in $5 and said, I just recently discovered that I won 2 donation incentives from the most recent Games Done Quick marathon, and needless to say, I'm pretty ecstatic. Figured I should share the good news to help encourage others to continue donating. Be sure to get those donations in, people. It could happen to any of you too. Absolutely true. And as I was talking about just before this run started, we just had a bunch of really cool prizes become available, including for a $10 minimum donation, the Final Fantasy VII, the physical copy of Final Fantasy VII for the PS1. Beautiful. It's not a greatest hits version. It has the book. It looks lovely. For a $20 minimum donation, you can be entered to win the Magicite sculpture from Heroic Replicas, and for a $15 minimum donation, the 3 Houses wall clock. All are really lovely.
So as you can see here, the Antarctic Wrens really give you an advantage. Just one per enemy. Yeah, and they just go down pretty quickly. As opposed to like actually attacking, you might have to like grind here a little bit if you were to play this casually. To be appropriately leveled to come in here.
And you'd probably want to grab potions from nearby towns and throw them on the enemies instead. Because all the enemies in this dungeon are undead and are highly vulnerable to potions, which are the cheapest way to do a bunch of damage in the early going. But due to the duplication glitch, we could just get Antarctic Winds and use that instead.
We did see something else happen in that previous battle where Princess Sarah actually came in. You saw Let Me Handle This. In this case, you saw on here too. She will jump in and cast a spell of some sort. Last battle was Cure. This battle was Arrow. So the extra partners that we pick up throughout the run, they actually can help us too.
Yeah, we'll have a number of guest characters join our party throughout the run. Many of them are in our party for a very short time. And generally speaking, they're not very helpful to us.
So coming up on Jin here, he's just going to appear on your screen briefly. Just going to tell him to chill out here, and he's going to go away.
So here we go.
Oh, there's
Once
Sarah.
again helping. Yep, she is helping us out by saving or spending some frames.
I mean, she really wants to be on screen. But 3 Antarctic Winds, and that's it for Jen.
I believe the Jin has 600 HP in this version of the game. The Antarctic Winds at my character's levels deal roughly 300 damage, so I can do 2 or 3 Arctic Winds to take him down. He also happens to be vulnerable to ice.
Yeah, so that's that. We got our full party now. And shortly, we'll be taken back to the Crystal Cave.
So they altered the opening of this game slightly from the original game. In the original game, you start with all 4 characters right off the bat, and you get your first set of jobs as soon as you clear the Crystal Cave at the very start. In this one, they've altered it slightly to introduce you to the new characters that they've introduced. And then you have to go all the way to the second boss before it gives you, takes you back to the Crystal Cave and gives you the jobs.
So while we're in
Yeah,
this
so-
cutscene, this game actually was the introduction of the job system as a whole. Now, we never got a 2D version of this until the Pixel Remaster came out in the States, but over in Japan on the Famicom, this ended up being their introduction to the job system, where we saw it come over on Final Fantasy V when we got the PlayStation version. And we will be making use of the job system throughout the run, switching jobs as well as doing a few other things with them. It's actually very interesting what all you can do with each and every one of the jobs throughout this game. If you've played this casually, then you know what the 2 most powerful jobs to go after are in the very end. But there are going to be some very creative uses you might want to keep your eyes peeled for.
Yeah, so with this version of the job system, it's definitely a good base to build out of. It's a bit more refined in Final Fantasy V. There are a few things that will feel maybe a bit archaic in this one. So anytime you switch a job, you do take a hit to your stats, and you I believe it's XP and job points you can't gain. Well, you can gain XP, but I believe it's job points you can't gain for a certain number of battles after you change.
Yeah, it's a cap of 10
And
battles.
And you'll see that's actually worked into the route here.
And correct me if I'm
So
wrong.
we're just
here.
getting a quick.
Oh,
You go ahead, Sonny.
Okay, I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the 25% debuff on stats also lasts for a maximum of 10 battles as well, right?
The stat and defense debuff kicks in anytime you switch jobs on a character for some amount of battles, which depends on which jobs you're switching between.
Okay.
But yeah, the maximum penalty, the penalty will last for a certain number of encounters, And the maximum penalty can be 10 encounters. We've been blessed with the Crystal's Light. And if anyone is familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, specifically the Shadowbringers expansion, this is sort of a prequel to that in a way.
Yeah, in a manner of speaking, it most definitely is.
There's all sorts of references to FF3 and FF14. I'll be doing my first job change here. Everyone is going to be getting fancy new gigs as a red mage.
Yeah, so the red mage is pretty versatile here. Can use black and white magic, which is like every other Final Fantasy game. But it can also use a pretty wide variety of equipment that's going to come into play.
Yeah, there's a roster of, I think, 22 jobs in this game. We'll be using 5 over the course of the run.
I was
Not
ready for
counting
you to say
freelancers.
we'll be using red mage. Like, I was just ready.
We will be using red mage for quite a while.
I mean,
So I hope you guys have a nice fancy hat.
you're close enough with saying we'll just be using red mage, but no, there are a few other ones that get used.
They're the only one from the early pool of jobs that we will be using. So until I get another pool of jobs from the next crystal later on, this is going to be my party setup.
So going to circle around back to Castle Sasune, where the curse has been broken. And then shortly we're going to get back in the airship and pretty much get out of the intro.
Yeah, we're kind of still locked in an early portion of the map. This introduction lasts probably about 20 minutes or so. Oh, it's more than 23. I can already see the timer.
Yeah, just the entire intro of this game, it's probably the longest of the intros, but also the most entertaining of the intros, per my opinion. I really like FF3's overall intro.
I mean, it's quite the difference from FF2, where you're getting killed right off the bat.
This is very true.
We just had to return to Kansas, which was previously cursed. And now everybody is uncursed, including Sid, the owner of the airship. So we're just going to need his airship, but we're going to do some quick shopping first. We also need to talk to this NPC, Taka, who is Refia's adoptive father. Or I'm sorry, Chaos's adoptive... No, Sirith's adoptive father, that's right. He needs to affix a mithril prow to the ship so we can remove a boulder that is blocking our path. Alright, let's do some shopping. We're going to do all of this.
So the benefits of the item duplication glitch being shown right there. We just sold off 22 of those Antarctic winds and net a ton of gil.
And each one's worth 500 gil. So that's 10,000 gil right off the bat for pretty much no effort. Now that we're 25 minutes into the game, we're going to get some actual healing items. It seems about right. About the right time, don't you think?
I mean, it makes sense.
Oops.
Just potions and antidotes, and now we have Sid with us, and his glorious, glorious beard.
I'm always partial to Sid with a beard.
He just doesn't look right without it.
I know, right? When they have these other characters and they call them Sid. But where's the beard, man?
I'm with you on that one, Sporadic.
He's got chains and he's got glasses on top of that on his hat too.
He's got like the double.
He's got everything.
Look, Sid's prepared, okay?
I mean, when you're working on
For
airships like
airships
these,
to blow up, apparently. Those are goggles, though. Those are goggles.
yeah, I see it. I can definitely see that.
Maybe they're like welding goggles.
Ooh, they actually could be.
Plus, he's got the feather on the top too.
And
I mentioned that airships are a little temporary.
yeah, goodbye first airship.
Yeah.
Slam into a boulder. Goodbye boulder. Goodbye
That's it.
airship.
Don't worry, there's like 5 more in this game.
Sid's there with like the duct tape. I can fix this.
Yeah, F's in the chat for the airship.
Hey, at least it's not for characters like during FF2 where they were just taking naps.
And we've gotten Sid home. So he's gone. So here in Canaan, I'm just going to quickly shop for some cure spells, which I'll be using later on.
This is like planned obsolescence airships. You just take one trip with it and it blows up. Oh, you need to buy a new airship.
That's how Sid stays in business.
But how much gold would that cost?
In this economy,
Ask the American auto industry.
alright. Took a quick detour for an elixir,
I mean, RPGs.
RPGs, and also item duplication glitch.
I was about to ask Poorscythe if we are about to start duplicating that elixir and have millions of
Soon.
elixirs.
Soon, Sonny. Not just yet. We have to talk to this NPC, who is the girlfriend of a man that got lost in the mountain. We have to go look for him.
You know about a guy
Put
named
on all
Dash?
this Swift. I wish Dash was like this rugged guy with like one eye or something like that. We need to do that.
That would be a thing.
And then I'm going to pick up a mallet back here, which cures Mini, because once again I'm going to abuse the item duplication glitch with that.
And now it's time to ascend the Dragon's Peak.
So this is a pretty boring one-screen mini dungeon.
Yeah, very.
But I'll take the opportunity
straightforward.
here to just duplicate some items. Oops.
So, hey, Sporadic, you want to do the thing?
I would love to do the thing. We have a $20 donation here from, it's Kavo, I think. Kavo? I hope I'm saying your name right. Kavo the Raven. Happy to see RPG Limit Break return at last. Go Nami, go Poorscythe, and let's see what these Eureka bosses are about. And they are, of course, referring to the other incentive, the incentive that we have for this run to fight the Eureka bosses. You all want to talk a little bit more about that?
Oops, what am I doing?
Tell
Yeah.
our viewers at home what
So-
they'll be donating for.
There's an extra
There's
dungeon
5
per
bosses.
se. There are 5 bosses in total, but it is the Hidden Land or the Forbidden Land Eureka. 5 different bosses, very difficult per se bosses, but also some of the most fun bosses in the game, for my opinion.
So viewers that donate for that will see me challenge 5 bosses in Eureka that are entirely optional to take on there. And they may recognize some of them that show up in Final Fantasy XIV if they are fans of that.
So we're on the very last day of RPG Limit Break. If y'all want more RPG Limit Break and some really exciting boss fights, please get your donations in for that. We are looking for $1,000 to unlock that incentive. We are well on our way at $340. At what point in the run does that happen? Is that at the very end?
Yeah, it's towards the
Close to
end.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
close
right.
to
So
the
people
end.
have like three and a half hours.
Yeah,
It's probably at least 3 hours in.
At
Yeah.
least 3 hours. Well, we're about 30 minutes in now,
so it should be about 2.5 to 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. It's basically
Ooh.
right when we enter the Crystal Tower.
Okay, 2.5 hours, and we have to raise a little over $600 there. It looks like. So, I believe we can do it.
Oh, it's very doable.
Come on, chat. Please get those donations in.
We rescued Desh here after we ran away from Bahamut, who was challenging us at level 5 or something.
Easy prey.
Seems fair and balanced.
So question from the chat. Did I imagine that one of the red mages isn't equipped, or is that true? So it's a keen eye. So once we go back into Kazeth, Sereth is not in the party, and therefore doesn't get equipped in that menu.
Well, balance.
The benefits of having mallets is that you can actually activate the mini status using those, as well as deactivate the mini status. So it can be used both ways.
Well, this is just adorable.
Yeah, we're in a tiny town right here, known as Tosis. The
So-
only way to get into the town is to be mini status.
Be fat. Gonna say Sereth may not be in that dungeon, but Sereth is in the chat. Talking about their good pal horse.
Yeah. Nice hat, Sirith. Okay. So we just have to quickly walk through the town and then through a quick tunnel here. It's 2 screens long. We're not going to fight anything, but it's mini-sized, so we have to remain mini-sized.
And you get to see the tiny versions of all of these characters, and it's just so adorable.
If anybody's played the Pixel Remaster version of it, they changed the battle theme when you're in mini status to like this little woodwind version of the battle theme, which is really interesting.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that a lot.
It's really, really good. But then again, so is all the music in the Pixel remasters.
Yeah, for anyone that has never played Final Fantasies 1 through 6, I could heartily recommend pretty much all of the Pixel remasters as probably the best casual version.
I'm so happy that those are a thing. What little I've seen of them, they're lovely.
It's hard to believe they've been out for a year already.
Has it really been almost a year?
It's been over a year for 1, 2, and 3.
You're right. I just thought about that. Oh, good old Toza's tunnel.
So gonna be passing through here, and then you're gonna see another kind of minor movement mechanic coming up. The first instance of map warping you'll see when he gets back here.
Yeah, we're just gonna be cheating a little bit here. Perfect. Go.
Nice.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it.
Very well done on that map warp. That allows a lot to be skipped there.
That's the only real content skip of the run in terms of what you need to be doing. Normally we would have to visit the Nepto Temple, because if we try to board the boat and exit that little alcove we'll get challenged by the Nepto Dragon, who will kick our butt.
Yeah, Nepto Dragon is an unwinnable encounter, and normally you would have to go into Nepto's shrine in order to calm Nepto down by getting, I think it's a jewel that is Nepto's eye, placing it back in the statue, and that actually calms Nepto down so that way you can leave with the ship. But instead, just doing the map warp is more than enough to make it happen.
So how I performed that was I held in the direction that I wanted to warp as I exited the boat. And 1 second. Oops.
Yeah, so if you have anything for us.
Well, I would definitely like to send out some thanks to the people involved in our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/lefrenchrestream and our Japanese stream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love.
So I've essentially updated here. Once I map warp, I got over to this section of the map where I could get to the Tower of Owen and Argus Castle. And I previously sold off all the Antarctic Winds I had earlier for money. But I can pick up an Arctic Wind, which is a stronger ice compatible spell. And I'm using that now with my characters to cast for even more damage. Once again, I'll be abusing that with the item duplication glitch as I go through the overworld here. I need to reach level 8 before I enter the Tower of Owen, so that one of my characters can cast Toad on the party. After I pick up Toad from this handy little Gulgan Gulch over here. You ever wanted to be a Toad, chat?
Every day of my life. No, actually, it seems like it would be pretty great. I like swimming, so.
I mean, I'd jump around a lot if I were one.
Are we talking about that kind of Toad or like the Mario kind of Toad?
Oh, this is a completely different kind of Toad, which would also be, then you'd get a cool hat. I mean, you can't lose.
Is it a hat, though, or is it part of their body?
Oh, that's right. The big debate. Is it actually their head?
Asking
What
the
do you
real
think, chat?
questions. I can't unsee it now.
Is it part of their head or is it a hat? It's a hat. It's a face. It's a chocobo.
The second time chocobos are actually featured within the series, within the Final Fantasy series.
Oh, wow, everybody's level 8. No problems leveling this time.
Yeah, I have seen some of your runs of this where you have had some massive issues leveling and hitting 8 by the time you actually enter here into the Tower of Owen.
Yeah, so that to get into the Tower of Owen, everyone needs to be Toads. There's going to be a bit of an advantage to leaving some of the characters as Toads.
Oh, we're gonna be turning everybody into Toads very shortly, and we're gonna stay that way.
For a decent little
They
while.
can't wear sweet hats though.
Do they still have like an indicator of their job while they're Toads? Do they have like little red mage hat or anything?
They do not.
It'd be awesome if they did have an indicator, but yeah, unfortunately,
Right?
there's nothing.
What an amazing prize for the future if somebody were to make little Toads with like little hats on them.
I could see somebody making that a mod of this.
Doing the important work.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
That's right.
But this game did originally release on Nintendo DS, so there are some memory limitations they had to work around.
That is not the right spell. Okay, we will fix that.
That makes sense.
In fact, they actually had to modify like the average party size of enemies. So this version actually gets a little bit harder because there's less enemies, but they're a bit more difficult.
Oh, this is a great thing too. I mean, even if I am in Toad, all the cutscenes play out as if I'm not in Toad.
Yeah, it's great. Because you see all of them as toads, then suddenly they're not toads, and hey, look, how'd they become toads again?
They are each a different color though, in Toad form.
Oh yeah,
Oh
they
my
do.
gosh!
They do follow the Famicom coloring.
Please, oh, somebody needs to make a prize of these 4 different colored toads with cute hats. Oh,
You're trying so hard not to lose yourself with laughter, aren't you, Sporadic?
oh, they're so cute. Come on.
So the advantage you see here is once you level up with these toads, it skips the level up animation.
Forget a girl named Sue. We have a toad named Horse.
Kind of a minor thing, but you know it saves time over the course of the run.
I believe we did just see our first back attack as well. You'll notice at the start of the encounter, all of the toads are facing the opposite direction. That's about it for the back attack.
Back attacks hurt in this game.
They really do.
They like can cripple you in the PSP version.
Oh, especially much later in the game.
I should probably talk about that. I mean, I was originally planning to offer this to Limit Break as early as 2020, and I was originally learning the FF3 PSP run, and then early on in 2020, the Steam version, out of nowhere, got a new patch which turned this into the fastest and most marathon safe category for the 3D remake version. Because it added all sorts of nice quality of life issues like auto battling. It fixed a lot of the bugs that people were experiencing in casual play, which was soft locking them, hard locking them. In addition, we found all these great glitches, including the item duplication glitch, the map warping, and a previously known out-of-bounds trick with the Nautilus was discovered to also work in this version. Plus, it creates autosaves on every screen transition or location change.
Yeah,
Which is why you don't see me taking too many saves, because if I happen to get into a battle and die, I do have a way to get out of it.
when that patch was released for this version, it just opened the floodgates for everybody to start doing testing and figuring out what the limitations were on it.
Yeah, the autosave feature is huge. Huge. Anyone that knows Final Fantasy III knows this game is a pretty brutal end game.
Well, notably,
And so
FF 1, 2, and 3 never had mid-dungeon save points or anything. They never added save points to FF until FF4.
Oof.
So your only option for saving was on the world map before a dungeon. And notably, the end game of this game is particularly brutal.
Yeah, it's a tower that branches onto a dungeon, and it's pretty difficult.
That branches into a final boss that's
gauntlet.
even more relentless.
We're just winding our way through Tower of Owen here to get to the top and challenge the boss.
Oh, Fair warning for people that might be photosensitive. There will be occasional flashes due to the poison ailment being on one of the party members.
There's also some brief screen flashes when bosses die. It's usually only like 1 or 2 flashes, though.
Good warnings, thank you.
So almost at the top of the Tower of Owen, and going to be coming up on the next boss, Medusa.
That is one dead frog.
Erebus, no!
Oh no!
I just want to point out how dramatic the frogs look after they've unfortunately run out of
dead.
health. Literally, I'm just gonna flop on my back.
Well, you've got the enemy. You've got the enemies who are just fluttering there or hopping along. Everybody's having a great time here.
That's true. It's just a party at the Tower of Owen.
I mean, it like completely belies how utterly evil and painful these enemies actually are if they get their turns.
Chat, when the frogs croak.
Ah.
I'm ready for the frog puns, though. I'm super ready. Bring it, chat. Preferably bring it in donations to unlock the boss fights. Oh no, another dead frog.
Oh no, he's dead. Anyways,
Looking for some more donations, hop to it. Hey!
Oh my goodness.
Frog's still dead.
I probably should have revived him, but I chose not to. I don't even really need to do this, but I will. Okay, we reached the top, but we're going to challenge the boss here. And notably, I'm not going to change form for this.
Smelly, I believe.
Yeah,
you
that's the
mentioned
great thing
Medusa.
about using. Yeah, yeah. The great thing about using items in battle is that it doesn't matter what form you're in. It doesn't matter if you're silent. You can still just toss them out there.
I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm blinded, because I will never use physical attacks in this run.
Yeah, there goes chaos.
But then there goes Medusa right after Chaos goes.
Your sacrifice will be remembered.
Silence. they don't even all die in the same position. It's good.
So, a little bit of a lore update. The Tower of Owen is more or less what causes the floating continent to stay, well, floating. And there are some issues going on within the tower that Desh is actually meant to be the protector of. In order to fix all of the issues, he has to jump in to that boiler area full of course, molten rock, metal. I have no idea. It's something really hot. And scares us all because we don't know if he's alive or dead now.
But he did give us a free boat. So normally you're supposed to like keep the
That was
boat
nice.
from earlier and bring it back here. But even if you skip that section, you get immediately transported to the boat. So you essentially save a step.
Yeah, so now the whirlpool at the northern part of the world has been dispersed, and you can actually sail around this coast at this point.
You also notice I'm going to be sailing along the coast, specifically because doing so reduces the chance for encounters. So
The encounter rate does seem pretty high in this.
I'm tracing within the lines.
It's gonna get to be a lot higher.
And we're going to do another map warp here. Oh, wow. First try again.
Did you really just get both of the map warps first try?
That's 2 out of 2 so far. There's only one more. Usually, I can easily flub that, though. Very easily.
I mean, you are on fire with these right now.
You might have noticed we were kind of walking on midair. Just don't pay attention to that.
Yeah, the clouds are solid ground, don't worry.
Look, you're all just frogs like 5 minutes ago. I'm not too worried about it.
I mean, I also was going to throw Mario logic in because, you know, in Super Mario RPG, in Nimbus Land, you're walking on clouds, so that works, right?
Oh, we're no longer.
Chocobo go.
Yeah.
Straight
Yeah,
into the
disappears
ocean.
into the water. He's drowned. He's drowned.
That was brutal. That was some like Kaizo Yoshi action with the Chocobo there. You're like, well.
Yeah, speaking of Mario things,
Rip.
Oh,
It's an
boy.
aquatic Chocobo. Don't worry about it.
Is that new breed of Chocobo?
See, birds like to swim. Some birds like to swim.
This is true.
Chocobos may be included in the birds that like to swim.
So anyways, we took that quick detour over to the Village of the Ancients so that we could pick up teleport for our characters, which will be incredibly helpful for getting quickly in and out of dungeons and other locations like this. And then we sail back over here to the next actual intended destination, the Dwarven Hollows. We have to be towed once more to get inside because this is supposed to be a subterranean lake. But we don't care. As soon as we're inside, we can turn it off. There's a number of locations that are just very annoyingly designed and force you to just do that for no reason.
Yeah. Why they ended up making them to where you just have to have the specific form in order to go into the dungeon and not maintain that form just doesn't make any sense.
Well, some dungeons you're forced to maintain it, either be Toad or Mini.
I mean, the
it's
mini I can see,
very
but
arbitrary.
I guess somebody who made this game really likes toads. I can't really fault them for that.
And it was an important milestone in FF. Being able to play as and actually do things as Toads.
I mean, granted, they could have done that in FF2, but they decided to save it for this game. Probably because they had
The funny,
more ideas.
they treat it
for
like dying in FF2.
I know.
Like you can Toad enemies and they die, essentially. But there's only one major downside of being, well, there's a couple major downsides of being a Toad. Notably, my defenses are heavily reduced, and I can't use job abilities as Toads. So I will take a lot of damage from enemy attacks, and I can't use any worthwhile job abilities. But the strange thing is I can use them as a mini for some reason.
Ooh. Stare actually landed.
Oh, he petrified me.
Yeah, one of your characters did get petrified.
Oh, poor Sirith.
Or Sirith.
Well, luckily we bought some gold needles for
I love
that.
how when you escape, like, whoever's dead or has a status ailment, you just leave them. You just,
We leave nobody behind except for the people who can't move. So here's the next boss, Gutsko. I don't know what he's supposed to be.
A thing.
an extremely buff dude
With wings.
with wings. Yeah, I can
And
get
a,
behind
and,
it.
a, and a snake.
And a snake.
I mean, you would think that would like make him a demon or something, and that would probably make him belong more in FF2.
He's just a dude who loves games, who happens to have wings. He also loves snakes.
Well, poor horse. I'm pretty much
Not
expecting.
horses.
It's very common for at least one person to die in boss fights. I normally don't care though, because as soon as I defeat a boss, I get a full party refresh of HP and MP. And it also cures any status effects, which is why I didn't have to untoad myself earlier, because as soon as I beat the boss, it did it for me.
But defeating Gutsko gives the Horn of Ice, which is what we came into here to get. And you might remember that spell that we picked up in the Village of Ancients. Yep, teleport actually gets used here. And there's a shadow running behind us. Do you know anything about that, Poorscythe?
There's an underground sun or something going on?
I guess.
It's very good at following me. Oh, so that's what's happening. What was the point of the boss fight?
That's a good question, too.
I have the same question as the main characters. How'd you do that? And where does your nose go when you become a sprite?
So Gutsko disappeared to his faraway lair. That's all of 5 steps away.
Good old
Very convenient.
Molten Cave.
This is probably one of the best looking dungeons in the game, though.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Definitely has some of the best battle backgrounds, too.
Please run. Thank you.
Should note in here that I'm not actually going to fight at anything, so you're just pretty much going to run until you get up to the boss.
I'm generally going to be refraining from attacking or taking encounters unless I specifically have a need of experience for either the dungeon I'm in or an upcoming one. And fun fact, I mean, I take damage in the lava here. In the Pixel Remaster version and the Famicom version, you don't actually take damage in the lava for some reason. Don't know why they designed it like that.
You know, I have a theory on that, and I think it was just an error in the programming itself, and they decided to keep it in the Pixel Remaster just to have that true callback to the Famicom version.
Well, there's like a little lava waterfall that you walk under, and you do take damage from that in the Pixel Remaster. But the rest of the lava, you're perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's also time-based here, so I mean, if I stood still, I would take repeated ticks of damage rather than step-based. We've reached the second crystal here, which is being guarded by Gutsko now that he had both horns of ice. He wants the crystal's power, but we're just gonna fight him for it. And he's no longer a human. Now he's a random dragon.
That's why he did such a beefy walk, I guess.
I was thinking.
Okay, so at the start of this fight, just gonna take the opportunity to dupe some Arctic Winds, and yeah, Salamander, just like the other bosses, goes down pretty quickly.
Well, he happens to be vulnerable to ice. So it only takes about usually 5 Antarctic winds to take him down.
Well, the difference between the Antarctic wind and the Arctic wind that is now being used is one actually casts Blizzard and the other casts Blizzara, if I remember correctly. Or if you're used to the Famicom names that have the English translation, Ice and Ice 2.
I think it's technically Ice 2 and Ice 3.
It might be Ice 2, Ice 3. I know it better in the Famicom version than I do in most of the more recent versions, that's for sure.
So we restored the power of the Crystal of Fire, which means we have new jobs available to us. And we don't care at the moment. We still like being red mages, so we're going to stay as red mage for a moment.
But Poorscythe, new jobs. We can do more things.
So
taking a trip back here to the Dwarven Hollows, and there's a couple things going to happen here. So I'm going to get the magic key.
So this dwarf's going to moonwalk. He does that in all versions of the game.
And then going to grab a couple chests down here as well.
Get an otter shoe, which I can use to teleport. Gauntlets, which is some night gear. Scholar robe, hey!
A scholar hat, the Book of Fire.
Look at all this scholar gear down here.
Book of Ice, Book of Light, and more night gear? I wonder what that means.
It's almost like... So in order to advance the plot, I actually have to return to the entrance of the Dwarven Hollows. Quickest way to get there is just to teleport out and re-enter, though. We're going to switch the jobs, though. An old scholar.
What? Not red mages anymore.
Now we're going to leave one red mage, but the other 3 characters are going to become scholars now.
Okay.
Well, in Horse's case, a gentleman and a scholar.
Oh.
But yes, changing the scholar here. So scholar does double damage with thrown items. So you kind of take that item duplication glitch and just kind of parlay it into a what do I want to say here? Parlay into a more effective strat.
Yeah, it goes from...
Yeah, the scholar is going to prove very useful on the next boss fight.
You go from...
And many of the boss fights after that.
Yeah, you go from pretty good damage output to... This is a lot higher damage output.
Some people in the chat know what's coming. And we're just going to get into Ed's Shale.
And so here's probably a good time to mention. So Final Fantasy III, you saw all that scholar gear down there. This game has a way of telling you that you need to change to a specific class to progress. At least the majority of your party. In this case, a scholar. change the Scholar up for the reason I mentioned before, just because of speedrun reasons, but casually you might want to consider becoming that class as well. There's certain sections where you'll get road blocked.
So we parked our ship just outside the Living Woods over there and then I walked over here to Tackle, which is an optional town I skipped earlier. But after we're teleported immediately to Castle Hine, which is actually a floating tree. A mobile floating tree.
I always looked at it as a floating ball of vines.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what's going on here.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
There just happens to be one mouse-sized opening that we have to be many to pass through, and then once we do that, we're fine. So yeah, there's random undead in this living tree. Seems thematically appropriate, I'm guessing. I don't know, a lot of the enemy designs are very unusual in this game.
A lot of the enemy formations in general just get wacky.
If you have anything for sporadic, just kind of just taking a walk through this dungeon and then running away from things.
I absolutely do. The Jaded Mew sent in $20. No comment, just generosity for Nami. Thank you so much. And we have an anonymous donation for $10 that just says heart.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you. Now, I did check, and neither of those went towards our incentive that we're trying to unlock, the one for the Eureka bosses. We are looking for $1,000 to unlock that. We are still sitting at $340, and it would be really awesome if y'all could talk about those bosses a little bit for anybody who might have just joined.
I don't know if I want to say anything because it's supposed to be a bit of a surprise, but
Okay. Well, I mean, you don't have to spill all the beans or whatever, but why should they donate to see you fight these bosses? You know, I want to see extra bosses. But yeah, you know, like whatever you can say. Bring those donos in. How long do we have now? About 2 hours?
we still have quite a while, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, around about 2 hours or
Yeah.
so.
But we still need to raise over $600 in that amount of time, so.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 hours
I
and
mean-
15 minutes, 2 hours and 10 minutes, somewhere right around there.
I mean, my hint is that if you're a fan of Final Fantasy XIV, especially the most recent expansion, they will appeal to you.
Yeah, it's just a cool little side trip that you don't get to see in the speedrun normally. And also, there's great music. There's great music there.
There is great music there.
All the music has been so good so far. Plus, you know, more RPG Limit Break. We are on the very last day of RPG Limit Break. So if you want to extend that just a little bit, please get the donations in. I really want to see these Eureka bosses myself. Sounds really cool.
Speaking of bosses, Hein went down pretty quickly there. He can be a bit annoying because he can shift his weakness every so often.
I don't think I ever found the ice gear that I bought.
Yeah, that was a
Then I switched
beautiful
it.
Hein fight.
Yeah, a lot of these fights have actually been very, very cooperative so far. Many of the boss fights in this game can be very trolly.
Oh, it's just being held back for you until the end game.
See? That's why we need the extra bosses.
Mm-hmm.
So upon defeating Hein, we've essentially completed all the objectives here on the floating continent that we start on. Don't even really realize that it's a floating continent unless you're at the very edge of the map and you just kind of notice that there's clouds off the border.
Well, I thought there was something mentioned about it being a floating continent with the whole escort of Desh through the Tower of Owen. I might be mistaken on that.
I never did equip the here, did I? No, I did not. I was supposed to put that on all 4 red mages, but I switched them already, so... Maybe that's a new speed strap. Not buying the gear and getting lucky.
I mean, it would save you money. And cut out
Sure would.
however long buying equipment would take you.
New tech. So all the NPCs that were being imprisoned in Castle Hein were from this Castle Argus and from the Tackle Town where I got kidnapped. Oh, what am I doing? I missed one. There's a secret passage over here. And there's some gear that I need. Or do I? I guess we'll find out. I have to head out here. There are 2 little rooms that are locked. I have a magic key that will unlock any door. Where is that key? Key is where? So we're getting another batch of scholar gear while we're here. We're going to put that on our other scholars. Because they can dual wield books. Literacy is a real weapon in this game.
And that is not a joke either.
They actually do pretty solid damage with books. The smacking enemies with books.
Like, you would expect a scholar to just open up the book, read something from it, and then that deal the damage, but no. They throw the entire book at the enemy.
No, they just slap them with the book. It's great.
So, we're back in canon and bringing the Wheel of Time to Sid, and this is what is going to allow a new airship to be built. So, give Sid about 5 seconds. He throws the Wheel of Time onto the boat, and now the boat can turn into an airship. And that is the way to exit the floating continent.
We're just getting some backstory here.
The bug eye is there for a minute. Also, why Sid is not too concerned about repairing airships, huh?
Yeah, he just turns
No,
regular
we just
ships.
kind of skipped the scene here. We were on an airship. The world goes dark, and all of a sudden we're on the ground. Maybe they were just didn't have the budget for that animation or something. So we're just making a couple of quick detours here, and I'm abusing the fact that I have 1,000,000 elixirs now to essentially restore the charges to the red mage in my party so that I can just continue to teleport out. Because unfortunately my scholars don't have the ability to cast it at their current level. They will later on, when they gain level 3 spell charges.
So welcome to the
So
town.
here I'm gonna be picking up some more magic keys and shuriken as well.
There's a nice
Yep.
secret hidden chest back here.
I was gonna say this has Magic Town music like all over it.
Oh yeah.
And so those keys are pretty important because the only other way to unlock doors in this game is to switch a character to the thief class, which if you change a character to the thief class, then you get that that stat down bonus, and then you have to take a certain number of battles, to get them back online essentially. Which you don't want to do that when you can just use an item and continue on.
So yeah, as we leave the floating continent, we get this brief cutscene of us like breaking through the cloud, obscuring the surface world below. Then we can kind of see it here, just after this cutscene. So it's essentially completely covering the entire surface world, this miasma. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but you can actually like sail in it too. Instead of,
So I know in
Get
the
this beautiful
Slime from
music.
those Ghostbusters music.
I know that in the Famicom version they actually have it shown as the water texture, but in the 3D version I could never quite figure out what it should be.
Well, whatever it is, our first objective down here is to clear it out. So we're gonna go over here to this down ship and then learn about the Temple of Time.
the Temple of Water.
Or the Temple of Water, sorry, yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of very similarly named locations. Very easy to confuse.
That music was lovely, by the way. And this is too. This game is full of bops. Like,
Oh yeah,
This one is called, I think, Arya's Theme, which is the name of the NPC that's in the bed.
Yeah,
oh,
this is Arya's theme. And this game is full of fantastic music. It's a lot more accentuated in the Pixel Remaster as well.
So we have another guest in our party. And once again, she's some potential limited use. We have to visit the Temple of Water here. I'm mostly navigating just from memory at this point, but I use a musical cue to go from where we got off the floating continent to that wrecked ship. I just know to fly southwest until I reach a certain note in the song, and then I veer to the west instead from there. In the Pixel Remaster version, there's mini maps on every screen and everything, so it's very easy to find your way around. No such feature in this one.
I never actually thought about
can open
using
a map,
music
it's-
cue.
So yeah, just coming into this room, that's the only thing you really need to do at the Cave of Tides, and then you're just gonna immediately roll, or the Temple of Water, and they're gonna roll out to the Cave of Tides here in a second.
All right, we're going back to some actual leveling. All right, enough running away from enemies. We're gonna kill some. There's some experience here.
Yeah, so he's going to be going into sort of a short dupe session here. And one item we're really looking for here is the earthen drum to drop.
It can drop here from these enemies, but drops in general from enemies are a very rare occurrence. And it's this route that I'm using does not rely on them. I will pick one up later that in the town of Duster, if I don't get a drop here. I'm not expecting to get a drop though.
It would be nice to see.
It is possible. It is possible in the current world record to manipulate encounters to get a drop by altering your system clock actually to influence the seed when the game loads. Which can be very useful if you can get the right items. Why am I running? I don't know why I'm running. I just changed my commands for no reason. Okay. Brain fart. It's too early in the morning. Let's do... There we go. Okay. Oh, Ari's chipping in. So Ari has the ability to cast either Protect or Cura on my party. Cura can actually be of some value, because it reduces the need for me to heal. But unfortunately, generally her spells are not strictly that useful, and most guest characters' actions are not very helpful. They just tend to waste time. We're just going to be running through this dungeon, so if you have time to shout anything out, this is a great time to do so.
Sure thing. I did want to remind everybody, RPG Limit Break 2022 is coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. It's a really, really excellent cause that we're here raising funds for today. So if you're able to donate, please do consider doing so. And do remember that we have all kinds of really exciting incentives open, not only for this run, but for runs coming up later, and they won't click on themselves. You have to pick them. So please, especially, I do want to see us meet that Eureka boss incentive, though. I do want to see those extra boss fights. But yeah, please remember to click on the incentives when you're getting your donations in.
There's a quick question I see in chat asking, why did we switch from Red Mage to Scholars? And the advantage of Scholars is that when they toss an item in combat, whether it's offensive, defensive, it essentially has double the effect. It's just a passive bonus for the class. So my primary method of dealing damage to these enemies is throwing these elemental combat items. And doing so as a Scholar essentially doubles the damage.
Which actually comes into play pretty soon here. Yeah, so pretty soon going to be coming up on the next boss, Kraken. Who is Water Element? Do have a water item that we're tossing at him, so that double damage does help out.
He's actually vulnerable to lightning, but we don't actually have an item that deals lightning damage. But our Arctic Wind items still do plenty of damage. I mean, there's an equivalent item called Heavenly Wrath that would do the same as Thunder Element, but we don't have an easy way to get one. So we use the one that we can more easily get access to. Kraken is by far one of the most volatile bosses in the PSP version of this, which is essentially a glitchless version of this. It's a much, much longer category. Oh.
Kraken's just a volatile boss in general.
Always seems to be Sereth getting the petrify here.
He is not having a good day here. But honestly, everybody getting attacked and knocked down is pretty common just because I'm considerably underleveled compared to where I should be. Oh boy.
Oh no.
I groan internally every time I see back attack. They can be just so deadly to you in this game because everybody is in the back row. I changed that very early on in the run, and I will never change it back. So they will be in the back row the entire run. And if I get back attacked, everybody gets moved automatically to the front row, where they take twice as much damage. Oops, I wanted to elixir. Do that.
At least in this one, you don't have to be reminded to throw party members back into the back row.
Yeah, there's no... Typically being in the front row means that you can do more damage with melee attacks and things of that nature, but I'm not going to be using melee attacks in this run, not intentionally anyway. If I make a mistake with the auto battle, characters may attack. But that's pretty much an unintentional. We picked up a little crystal shard in that Temple of Water. And Ari is using her power to restore the crystal here. Unfortunately, there is something lurking in the shadows, which shot what is supposed to be an arrow in other versions. Not quite.
Is it Guts Go?
Just asking, he seems to like shadows.
It's this well-dressed fellow over here.
That's got tentacles coming out from underneath the robe.
This is why this is a dangerous fight. Oh boy. I'm probably going to need to land one more after this round. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at this. Sarah's going to pull it off. Look at this.
Nice.
Good job, Sarah.
Ooh.
Well done.
So that right there is the whole reason that Kraken is such a volatile fight. Kraken gets 2 attacks per round, and as you saw, the melee attacks were doing a ton of damage, and Blizzara is an instant kill regardless of who it hits.
It can hit everyone, do a lot of damage too, but it wouldn't. If it single targets, it's basically a one-shot kill.
Oh, I did forget he can multi-target Blizzara.
He also has a blind ability which can hit everyone, which is essentially pointless in this run. Because I don't care if anybody gets. I don't care at any point if anybody gets blinded, or even, honestly, if they get like silenced. Most stanuses are pretty easy to ignore, other than being petrified, probably.
Paralysis would be...
Tira's going to get buffed from getting all that experience.
Paralysis would probably be the only other annoying one.
So we're just in the middle of a dream state. Defeating Kraken essentially cleared up all that darkness that was covering the surface. And then that prompts us to fall asleep for 3 days. Because reasons. We wake
I
up
mean,
in this
everybody
nice little
seemed
town.
pretty wiped out after that fight, you know? Probably use a little nap.
Tira's like up and at 'em. Let's go. This fight was easy. Yes, the old lady that was visiting us in that little cutscene was an NPC who is a keeper of the dream world. So she's giving us a hint towards our next destination. And then in terms of elderly NPCs, we have another group of 4 old men here who think they are the warriors of light, not us. So they hear where we're
they
going.
aren't?
Well, they could be. I mean, the jury's still out at this point. But they're going to prove it by beating us to the punch. The next destination in the sewers here. Mm-hmm. I mean, they have matching outfits too, so they very well could be Warriors of Light.
It's always possible.
So we're going to go into the sewers after them, but not before we do a quick map change. Oh, we got to do this first. Do all, and untoad yourself, and then we're going to switch to a knight. Our first
Heard you
use
like
of the
toads,
knight.
chat.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta gear him up too. Heroic and ice, oh, right. Oh, this. I don't think we spent enough time as a toad leveling up right now, so we're gonna do some more of it.
More of that good old toad leveling.
And Chaos is going to remain as a knight. Because as I mentioned before, if they are toad, their job abilities don't activate, including their passive abilities. Can leave that on, I think. Elixir yourself.
Of course. Okay, so
He's
the
just
general
fine.
kind of approach here is to keep most of your party as a toad for those animation skips, but you do get that debuff. Fortunately, the knight class does block every now and then.
Well, the goal here is we're essentially going to be doing what a common strategy in some FF games known as night locking or covering for characters. So the 3 scholars have been transformed into toads, and if they get hit, they're very likely going to just die because they don't have any defense from being in toad form. But once they die, I can raise them, and raising them puts them immediately in critical HP status, which is they are under 25% of their maximum HP. And if they're under 25% of their maximum HP, then the knight is going to auto-block any melee attacks directed at them.
You just gotta love that toad animation when they're knocked out.
It's too
Yeah,
good.
They're just roadkill.
They just
But
stop.
now all 3 scholars are now in critical health, so there's no more risk of them being able to be killed from physical attacks now.
They just stop and go, can't do this, dead.
I'm just going to grab some gear here. A Kaiser Knuckles, which is not going to be used. We're just going to sell that for money. So someone has been asking, what are the elixirs being used for in this case? So what I have done is I've set up all of my toads to throw Arctic Winds each turn, and I'm using an item duplication glitch, which means that every time they throw it, they don't actually consume the item. And then what I've done with the Knight here, or Chaos, is I've commanded him to instead throw elixirs on himself. So if he gets damaged, blocking attacks for anybody on any turn, he can essentially just healing himself. If he does happen to get his turn, he's not going to consume the item. But one property I really neglected to mention earlier about the item duplication is if I set that up for a character and they don't take their turn, or if they're killed off before they take their turn, the item is refunded into my inventory automatically. So the elixirs that I have commanded the knight to throw on himself, if he doesn't happen to use them, I get a free elixir in my inventory at the end of combat.
Yeah, it's a great system. You just get refunded for items you didn't even use.
And he's very unlikely to take his turn because he's weighed down by all this heavy armor. Essentially, my scholars should be taking their turns first. And the knight is not likely to take his turn, so he's going to be he's just going to be duplicating free elixirs for me. while he's blocking for these other characters as a way to passively generate extra copies of it for me to use later. It's sort of the same thing with the Arctic Winds that the other characters are throwing as well. If they don't get their turn, or if they don't throw the item, or if they get killed before they throw the item at the end of combat, any copies that weren't used go back into my inventory.
Okay, so here picking up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I was just gonna say, like, doing that essentially just passively generates extra income from encounters, because I can sell those items later.
Yeah, so first here we get the fake out with the explosive shoes, but then afterwards we get the actual real leathergrass shoes, which are going to be used to cross a swamp down here to Goldor's mansion. Otherwise, it's just an impassable swamp here. It allows you just to walk on top without sinking.
Yeah, if you try
Let's just reset that.
If you try to pass
So
the swamp
I'll-
without wearing the leathergrass shoes, then it just instantly game overs.
Make sure this is coming back. Okay. So I'm taking advantage of a nice feature of this version of the game, which is the autosaving. So when I got into that encounter, it remembered my location on the world map as soon as I got the encounter.
That is extremely convenient. Very nice.
Well, I'm probably supposed to.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's certainly a nice addition to this version with the update, because the end game is it's incredibly difficult, and there are no save points, so it's just like one long gauntlet once you hit the crystal tower.
Oh, look at this chat. I'm a toad riding a chocobo.
And then here we have the home of one of the greatest villains in Final Fantasy.
Smelly's favorite all-time villain.
Like somebody said frog on horse, but technically it was horse on bird.
Is frog on bird?
Horse,
Well, frog and horse.
Frog
frog
horse?
on board. Yeah.
Frog horse on bird horse.
horse's frog on
A frog,
bird.
a frog named horse on a bird.
Jackpot.
There we go.
What am I doing? I should be fighting these. I need to get some experience.
You're just running around Goldor's mansion.
Yeah. It's very golden. You guys notice that? And shiny.
Yeah, it's just like his name implies. He does love gold. Enough so that his entire mansion is built, it's made with gold.
So, Smelly, I gotta ask you, do you consider this to be the best boss in this game?
Yes, I would say yes. It's also like the greatest unresolved plotline in Final Fantasy history.
Okay, you got a very good point there. I can't argue that one.
Yeah, when we woke up from that 3-day plot, our airship had been found and chained to a post by Goldor, who keeps his own manor over here. We can't access the manor until we get the leathergrass shoes, because if we try to cross the bog that is in front of it, it kills us automatically. So we have to go into the sewers to get those shoes. Then we can come over here and defeat him. And he inexplicably has a golden crystal. And once we defeat him, he shatters the crystal. And then disappears. And it seems to have literally no other impact in the game. At that point, it's like, okay.
Well, he does say he'll be back, and yeah, we're waiting for him till this very day.
Maybe he's an FF16.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready for Goldor in Final Fantasy 16.
That would be amazing.
I mean, I didn't study that trailer too hard from the other day, but
What a comeback.
Hey.
He's been waiting this whole time.
1990 to 2023. Don't call it a comeback.
He's only been plotting for the last 33 years.
Okay, that should be enough levels for everyone. This is probably one of the nastier, dangerous fights that I have left here. Okay, I have to cure that, and we're going to do that instead. Now we get mini horse.
So if we have a mini horse, does that mean it's a pony?
Let's keep doing that. Okay. So the goal here is to continue to toss Arctic Winds, but he has very high defense against these magic use items. So it takes me upwards of 4 rounds or more to do enough damage to kill him. I'm going to continue blocking his physical attacks with the Knight. The Knight's going to heal himself after every round with elixirs. And the Toads and Horse are specifically in these states so that if they get confused and they attack, they have no capability of really damaging each other. And also, I changed Horse from being in Toad status to being in Mini status because I can't use the study ability of the Scholar if he's in Toad form. And I might need to use that if Goldor casts his ability called Protect, which greatly increases his defense against both physical and magic attacks. Uh-oh, that's bad. Let's see if we can get one up.
Yeah.
That's the risk of
Slap
this fight,
frogs.
though. Oh, that's bad. Okay, I have to restart that fight.
Everything was going well until he decided to break out Thundara.
That's really the risk of this fight is, I mean, I have to leave them in critical health so the Knight blocks physical attacks, because he's way more likely to do physical attacks. But if he does Thundara, there is, unfortunately, I leave myself very vulnerable to that.
Yeah,
Thankfully, with the autosave, once again, I can just quit out of the game. In this case, it doesn't create an autosave if I'm in a battle with a boss, but it creates the autosave at the entrance to his floor instead. Oops. So we'll just try this again until we get it right.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of this fight is that whole risk versus reward thing. It has to be played high risk like this in order to be able to actually have the damage output. Otherwise, there would be a lot more grinding throughout the run. That's part of why, if you look at this run versus the PSP version, there's a very significant difference in times.
So yes, for anyone that is not familiar with this run or this category, I'm abusing an item duplication glitch that uses the auto battle feature that has been added to this version of the game. I command a character to use an item, a combat item, that can be like a magic item like the Arctic Winds that they're throwing, or an elixir or something. And then, after I've issued that command, I cancel back from the next character. I go up in the item menu to the top and press up, and that takes me to a screen which takes me to their equipped items and weapons, which I can switch or utilize if they have any. But if I am in that screen and I initiate an auto battle, it commands them to use the item without consuming it. And as a bonus, if they happen to finish the combat and they don't actually take their turn, it also refunds the item into my inventory. There we go.
Very nice.
So we're really just hoping that he doesn't use his lightning ability And the next boss is kind of the same thing. He's got a nasty thunder ability that we're hoping they don't use that. They're sort of dice rolls.
Goldor kind of like Golbez Gold Edition.
Yeah, Goldor's the golden pre-Golbez.
So, Goldor's his prized possession is that key, or sorry, the crystal there, which also just happens to be gold because why not? You do think it's the Earth crystal, but it turns out not to be. He just turns around and shatters it and drops his key, so we can go unlock the boat.
And notably, I picked up an otter shroom from the treasure chests in the Dwarven Hollows, and that functions the same as the spell of teleport. The only reason I use it there is because none of the characters I have right now with their current jobs can cast teleport.
I was waiting to see if you also chucked this chocobo into the ocean, but ran off across the rivers, apparently. Chocobos walk on water in this game. Easy.
I mean, if you do the map warping glitch run, you can walk on water. It's not very useful, though, because you can't really get back on land.
Oh no. Don't give me an idea of something to experiment with, Poorscythe.
What are we doing here? Four.
So it's going to be a quick stop in at the town of Duster here, which is just full of like bards and geomancers, and none of that's relevant to this run. But he's going to pick up some feathered hats, some broom bracers, and I believe that is it here.
That's pretty much it, except there's one item I need to pick up.
Could it possibly
The aforementioned...
be the earthen drum?
It could be that. So if I don't manipulate a drop from enemies in the run, I would have to detour here to pick up one instead. And here comes the final map glitch of the run. Let's see if I can go 3 for 3 today on this. I don't think I've ever gone 3 for 3.
Let's see it happen, dude.
Oh my god! That's
Oh, 3 for 3.
Okay.
Nice.
3 for 3.
Good stuff.
Oh. Would you say this has never happened before?
That has never happened before.
Hey, bingo.
I'm still gonna be like minus 10 minutes from my PB.
You have your speedrunning marathon bingo card. Mark
think
out
that's
that
worthy of-
never happened before. Where?
That's worthy of a donation, don't you think, chat?
Yeah, definitely.
Are they at the right gear? I don't trust this. I'm gonna make sure they hit it right.
We certainly need a lot more if we're gonna unlock that Eureka Bosses incentive.
I don't trust this. I'm just gonna make sure I have the right equipment on.
I'm looking forlornly. The unmoving total. Since we are sitting at $340 out of the $1,000 that we need to unlock that one. But we did have a donation come in. Is it okay to read it right now?
Yeah, this is okay.
All right, well, Airplane sent in $15. It says, go, go, Gadget, Poorscythe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That one definitely did not go towards that incentive. Do remember that when you are getting your donations in to Nami, that you do need to click on those incentives if you want your donations to go towards them. It could have gone towards another incentive, but I'm pretty fixated on the Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive right now. So I'm not sure which way it went.
I mean,
Okay.
I
While
could-
that was going on, we just rescued the Prince of this kingdom here. We essentially used the map warp to enter the Saronia region. If you try to normally enter this region with the airship, as soon as you cross over the area, the airship is shot down immediately. So using the map warp we did earlier essentially teleports us inside the castle grounds, and we can just skip the cutscene of it getting shot down, which is a pretty uneventful cutscene, to be honest. But now this is going to be the real gatekeeper.
Yeah. We're coming up on Garuda, who's a pretty awful boss, and So there's not a whole lot you can do besides just toss out Arctic winds and sort of pray that you get lucky here.
What they really want you to do is to explore all the various towns in this area and pick up a whole bunch of gear for dragoons, and then utilize the dragoon's jump ability, which takes them off the screen for a turn and reduces the risk of them taking damage. But we don't have time for that. So we're going to roll the dice that he's not going to cast his thunder or his lightning ability. And in the meantime, Saroni has been under a civil war because this advisor, Gigameth, has mind-controlled the king and exiled the prince, and we took the prince into that. Alright.
I like his like, oh bother. Well, I guess I'll just have to kill you all. Turn into a giant bird man.
Okay, that's a good start, actually, on this combat. This usually takes like 4 Arctic winds, but since I only have 3 scholars, I can only throw 3 in one combat round, and that opens me up to him doing another round of attacks. Oh, I need to do a 5th one. Oh my god, that was flawless,
Alright.
though. That fight can be an unbelievable pain, and I can't even stress how annoying that can ruin runs.
I mean, Kraken wanted to be your kryptonite for this part of the run, and
Yeah,
then
basically just imagine the Kraken fight, but like twice as likely to ruin your day.
I'd honestly give it about 3 times more likely to ruin your day. If you're on a good pace, more often than not, you get here to Garuda, and suddenly you're just bleeding time.
It's particularly bad there because there's that lengthy cutscene before you get into the fight. So every time you fail to lose that, if you lose that fight, which is very likely, then you have to repeat watching the cutscene before you can get back into it. It can just bleed time if it's uncooperative and it's out of your hands, pretty much.
It just feels bad.
Going back here. We're going back to Red Mage. Because we have need of spells. And we picked up some new gear for everyone. What am I doing now? It's alright.
We're no longer using books.
No. Well, now we have tomes. Does she have... No, she doesn't. Okay. Ice Mithril. Ice Grid. In this case, I have to switch back to Red Mage, because I'm going to be needing to cast Mini for an upcoming dungeon. Every time I switch back, I have to essentially use an elixir to restore their spell charges, because if they're switching from a job that has no active charges, they essentially switch there with no active charges.
But every single bit of job switching has a purpose behind it.
Alright, do that again. It's so convenient to teleport out.
Okay,
And
so
then-
if you've been keeping track, we're on our 3rd airship at this point.
We ran the first one into a
This is-
boulder. The second one was made with a wheel of time. This third one, you know, there's something slightly special about this third one.
Yeah, it's super fast.
More special that it has little wings on it.
Exactly. Also sporadic.
The
I
special
Super
thing is that it made it to a location and didn't blow up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I remember
Yet.
you saying something
Yet.
about wanting to meet that Eureka boss incentive. Maybe we could try to convince chat with a challenge of a $5 donation train at the 2-hour mark.
Ooh.
Are we getting close to 2 hours? Almost. I am not looking at the clock, and that's probably better for my sanity.
We are getting close to it. We're about 5 minutes away from that. Sorry, I'm here to do things to your sanity for charity.
I mean, to be fair, Poorscythe did ask me to jump in here with him, and I mean, I think he remembers 2019 quite well.
Oof. Remember, it's okay to not be okay, and I was not okay on that run.
No, you weren't.
Believe me, at Queens, we're having all the fun.
You were having a bad day.
All right. We have to be mini for this dungeon.
Speaking of that incentive, we have gotten some donations toward it. Would this be an okay time to read some donations?
Yes, this is a extremely straightforward and uneventful dungeon.
All right. Well, True Wind sent in $25. No comment, just generosity. Thank you so much, True Wind. And our Barbaloot sent in $30. Again, without comment. Thank you, both of you, for your donations to Nami. And we are now sitting at $365 out of the $1,000 that we need to unlock that Fight the Eureka bosses incentive. Would you say we're like maybe an hour and a half off from that?
At least an hour.
At least an hour? At least an hour? Gosh, we don't have too much time to raise the funds for that incentive. I would really, really, really like to see these extra bosses, these extra boss fights. That would be super excellent. And then, of course, we'd be raising all kinds of lovely money for charity. So please do get those donations in.
And the extra bosses are definitely worth it. Very, very entertaining bosses. And as Poorscythe has hinted, if you play Final Fantasy XIV, you will recognize these bosses.
Well, I would definitely be really, really hyped if we did get a $5 donation train going at the 2-hour mark. That would be super, super awesome. You can make me say all sorts of things. I will say all sorts of silly things for charity. Keep it PG.
So we once again have another guest character here, Doga, who might also be familiar to those who are playing Final Fantasy XIV or have done the Crystal Tower questline in that game. Doga has a chance to cast Flare, I think, or Faraga, both of which are very powerful spells that can kill the enemies we're fighting.
Yeah, it's Flare or Firaga that Doga has access to.
Folks in the chat are saying that Final Fantasy XIV has taken bosses from every game, so people maybe recognize these bosses from other games as well?
That is a possibility. There are some of the bosses in FF3 that appear in the Dawn of Souls dungeons for FF1.
Oops. Mini. Alright, I don't have to be mini anymore. I think that's the last time I have to be mini in the run. Also, I can get encounters in this area, which sucks.
I will miss it. The mini is adorable.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah, now, so going to the Cave of the Circle and just running straight forward into circles until the end gives us the ability to dive with this airship at this point. And so we're going to be off to the sunken cave next. And just kind of skipping over a lot of these encounters that you can get in the sky now.
Who needs chocobos that can walk on water when you have an airship that can fly under?
Oh, they're all... Somebody's saying there's no more toads. That's not true. There's no more minis, though.
There will still
no
be
more
toads.
required toads. But there will still be toads. In fact, they will be... We will be sharing a lot of time with these toads. Alright. Alright, I'm going to be grinding enemies here. I want to be using my shiny new earthen drums on enemies here, but unfortunately these particular enemies are called Dosmares, and they're flying enemies that are immune to earth drums. They're also being very rude to Sears right now.
Not griffins, because that would be too easy.
Sereth has been having the worst luck this entire run.
There's always somebody that has the worst luck.
Face down.
I mean, he clutched it out on Kraken.
Yeah.
On the whole, he's not having a good
Yeah,
day.
you earned that face plant.
Yeah, I would say so.
The other
All
enemies
right,
got
that's
jealous.
the 2-hour mark. I would love to see a $5 donation train for our Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive.
Yeah, tell us how much you like toads.
Or how much you don't like toads. Actually, talk to me about how many hybrid creature bosses I've seen. Like, it's really been impressed upon me how much they enjoy mashing up creatures for the enemies in this particular game. All of the bosses are some sort of like human animal hybrid. You fought like so many, and then there are so many other like traditional kind of like animal hybrid monsters, more than I've seen in other games.
And then a gold Golbez.
It sort of reminds me of like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where like every animal is a mashup of two
Oh
animals.
right, every animal. That was just like a lion and a fish, but not a lionfish.
That was
They just stuck
That
a
was so
lion head
great.
on a fish. Right, the point where they're all really confused when the Earth King just has a straight up bear. They're like, in Avatar, nobody can figure it out. Sea
once again
lion.
got switched back. So just continuing to fight the enemies here. Oh man.
Yeah, so there's just a grind here up until level 24, just sort of alternating between these enemies that are using Arctic Wind on the enemies that are immune to Quake.
And I really want to stop using the Arctic Winds because it's slow to kill them one at a time, when Arctic Winds can hit all the enemies at once.
Well, we do have some donations rolling in. Is it okay if I read those?
Should be all good.
All right, Terrelyn sent in $25 and says, thank you to all the runners and glad to support a great cause. Well, thank you so much, Terrelyn. And Dark77778 sent in $25, said, can we get a Lahi? What is that? Lahi? Who wants to
Oh my
explain it
god,
to me?
Lahi.
Somebody explain it to me.
It's gonna ruin the chat. So we can do that. That is the theme of a zone in the Shadowbringers expansion of Final Fantasy XIV.
Yup.
It has become like its own meme. It's amazing.
There goes chat.
It's ruining chat, but it's totally worth it.
It's worth it. You know, the last time I called for a $5 donation train, I also got $25 donations, so I'm like way into this, especially because they did go towards that Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive. So we are now sitting at, oh my gosh, $400 out of the $1,000 we need. So y'all are doing it. Please keep those donations coming in.
Keep it up, guys.
Oh, and the $5 donations are rolling in too. We got one from R Barbaloot for $5 and one from Anonymous that just says choo choo.
I mean, I would love to sing Lahi, except my voice is not going to allow that.
It's up to you, chat, if you want to join the $5 donation train or the $25 donation train. Every donation counts. So,
Yes, I'm unfortunately a little under the weather here, doing this run. But feeling better, at least, than I was the other day. So I take this one trap chest here to pick up an Aegis Shield, which is an item that can help prevent most statuses here. But it's guarded by that zombie dragon. And as soon as I do that, zombie dragon happens to be undead. I can just throw an elixir on it and insta-kill it. What are we doing here? We are doing... Oh, I did the wrong character. Damn it. Meant to be him as the knight. My mistake. What are we gonna do here? We're gonna heal. Let's just do an elixir. Gotta re-equip everybody though. That should be mithril, ice, feather, ice. I guess I can technically use diamond, but I don't use that. Aegis. Diamond. Okay, teleport out of here, and then we're gonna resume what we were doing.
Okay, so now we're headed to the Temple of Time.
Which is underwater. I don't know why, but I don't know if there's any reason or any explanation for why it's located underwater, or if it's sunk or something.
Why not is the reason.
Alright, change that. Nope.
Temple of Time is a bit dangerous, so there's some encounters you can get in here, like the behemoth, that you just don't want to see.
I'm going to continue grinding here where I can with enemies that will take damage from earthen drums. But there's a number of enemy encounters in here that will be either flying or they have resistance to earth, and they're generally just not worth the experience. Like this enemy here. But when this happens, I'm just going to run away instead.
Oh, hopefully. Okay, there it goes. Speaking of chimeras,
Good old Chimera.
These enemies are actually they're very dangerous if they actually get their turns. Like that. I really don't want them to get their turn.
But as soon as one
Worse
earthen
here.
drums goes out, that's it.
seems like lightning is just the bane of your existence in this run.
It really is. Lightning is a terrible, terrible status or element in this game.
Yeah, just a few recurring themes. Airships getting destroyed, lightning coming down and ruining your day, waking up on boats.
Got toads riding chocobos.
Was that a behemoth?
That was a
It
behemoth.
was a behemoth.
We don't like behemoths. They also don't like us.
Yeah, behemoths are a little really scary.
They also get 2 attacks per turn, which is not fair. A lot of in the original Famicom game and in the Pixel remaster, enemies don't take 2 turns. But you can also get larger groups of enemies in those versions of the game. They rebalanced it when they made the 3D remake. And one of the biggest changes is a lot of the enemies can have the ability to take multiple turns in the same combat round. Switching back again, really hoping we don't get lightning. So I'm duping earthen drums now because it's more valuable and also better for killing larger groups of enemies. It's fewer button presses to use them because I don't have to pick a target since it hits all enemies. And the attack obviously hits all enemies, so it can kill more than one enemy at a time.
Yeah, it helps that the earthen drums actually cast the quake spell, and that just hits all
And
enemies
eventually
that
when
are
I-
on the ground.
Hits all enemies on the ground, and the other advantage of that is it also happens to be a more valuable item for selling later on. So duping them is more valuable in terms of money gain. I definitely need to keep the knight towards full health so he can block physical attacks against the characters in critical health.
This an all right time for some donations?
Yeah, this floor is a slog.
All right, great. Well, Dan the cat sent in $50 and said, "Pet me, please."
That is the name of my cat.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
That's so good. I was like, is this a cat in the game? This is actually your cat. So good. And we also had an anonymous donation for $100 that definitely went towards our Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive. We are now halfway there. We're sitting at $500 out of the $1,000 we need. We have about an hour to raise that $500. I really believe y'all can do it. I want to see the bosses fought. Please keep those donations coming in, and thank you so much for your generosity, Anonymous.
This could be bad. I just need somebody to run before he takes his turn. Yeah. Okay.
My cat is in cahoots with your cat. She's been complaining and asking for pets for like the last hour.
So
It's like hosting hard mode.
mine is thankfully on the ground and sleeping at the moment.
Nice.
I'm hoping to get him on camera if he wants to come on.
Yeah, mine has been doing a good amount of screaming in the hallway. This is unacceptable. I'm not petting her.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this. So I probably have never told this story, but I named my cat Dan because I used to watch Feasel streams back in the day. Feasel would stream Final Fantasy 1, the NES version, and his party would always consist of the same 4 character names: Ace, Bill, Cal, and Dan. And Dan was kind of a throwaway character that would always spend time dead or otherwise not doing anything worthwhile.
No.
I mean, they affectionately nicknamed him Dirt Nap Dan.
Aw.
Alright, so within the Temple of Time, that item that was picked up is Noah's Loot. Noah's Loot is used here to wake Une from her sleep. She's the one that we saw on our 3-day nap, if you will, within the dream world. And Noah's Loot is the only thing that will actually wake her up.
It's buried, unfortunately, in that Temple of Time, and that last floor is just a killer. Because I have to detour to grab some treasure chests that I will use later. Some I will use, some I will sell. But unfortunately, it's a long detour on that floor. And it's very common to get a lot of encounters on it and just take a long time. Plus, they can always back-attack me and force me to game over like they did. So Une joins. I think she's the last actual guest I get to my party.
Yes. Une is the last one.
Also happens to have this Fang of Fire key item I would need. Part of the story is, in order to access the last area of the game, I need the 4 elemental fangs of air, wind, fire, and earth. And I've obtained 2 of the 3 so far. I should have obtained 3 so far. But I actually skipped one when I skipped the Nepto Temple early on. So I only have 2 of the 3. But the truth is, it doesn't really matter how many I have. Because I'm not intending to take the usual path to get through that barrier. I gotta heal before I do anything more.
All right, we have some more donations coming in. How do you feel about me reading one right now?
Let me do one quick explanation of what Une is going to do here.
Oh, sure thing.
And then we should be good to go. Oops, that's not right. Oh, that's the book attack. This is what happens when you're attacking with literacy. Unintentionally. I meant to run there, but... There we go. Okay. So we needed her in our party in order to get through this ancient ruins area. These rocks are blocking our path. And she's a master of the dream world. And many of the objects exist in both the dream world and the physical world. So she can manipulate them in the physical world, the dream world, in order to manipulate them in the real world. So the old lady's moving all these heavy rocks for us. Once she does that, though, we don't really need her for anything, and she's just tagging along with us until we reach our destination here. And once again, this is another long, uneventful dungeon, so if you want to go ahead, this is a great one.
Awesome. Yeah, Taven sent in $100 and says, Eureka, let's go! And that, of course, did go towards the Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive. We're now at $600 out of the $1,000 we need. Y'all are doing it. I'm so happy. We only have $400 to go and about an hour to get it in. We can do this. Thank you so, so much.
Ooh, another back attack.
So it should be noted that the game does try at least a little bit to force you down the path of being a was it a Dark Knight here? that can hit multiple enemies. So a lot of these enemies will split in two, and so that's how you're meant to get through here casually.
Okay, I have a very exciting announcement. We had an anonymous donation for $1,337, a very elite donation that says, "Thank you for everything you do." And they put it towards the Fight the Eureka Bosses incentive. We are at $1,100 out of the $1,000 we needed. We're going to be fighting those Eureka Bosses.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
What? Thank you so much for your generosity, and all of that is going to Nami. Thank you so much.
That's right.
Good old Anonymous, always coming through.
No kidding there. Yes, thank
Well,
you
that's very
so
exciting.
much. Thank you so much for that massive donation. And that put us, I think that also put us really close to the $70,000 mark for the overall donations during the marathon.
You're right. Yeah, we're at $69,215. We're so close. This has been an incredible marathon. Everybody's generosity has just really blown me away. Y'all are amazing.
So I'm continuing to fight these green dragon-looking enemies. They're called Pyralis, mostly because they tend to be very good experience, and I also happen to have they're weak to ice, so I can just use my Arctic Winds to take them out pretty quickly. But all the other enemies, except for Pyralis and Dragon Zombies, are pretty much worthless to me in terms of trying to gain experience or levels here. And they also happen to have a very annoying property where they can multiply themselves if you don't attack them in the correct manner. You're supposed to be using specific jobs to take them out. Yeah, I mean, once again, the game largely telegraphs that you're supposed to be using certain jobs in certain locations. Okay. So we're continuing on here. At the end of this dungeon is the Invincible, which is the last and final airship that we need.
I'd like to point out that we actually met another incentive with that donation. I wasn't paying super close attention to it, but we had an incentive for Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition to upgrade the difficulty for the Baldur's Gate run to the Legacy of Baal, and that incentive was also met.
Ooh.
Excellent.
So that's going to be happening, yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I tell you what, if everybody's feeling hype about donating right now, the next unmet incentive is to upgrade the magic of Scheherazade to 100% instead of any percent. And it's a race. We're close to that one, too. We're at $700 out of the $1,000 we need, so it'd be amazing if we hit all these incentives by the end of your run. Oh my gosh.
And it would be awesome to see Scheherazade become a 100% run on top of that.
Right? 100% race? Yes, please.
I'm getting quite a lot of these Pyralis enemies, which is great, because they're tons of experience, and that's probably going to be shortening the level grind that's going to be upcoming.
Yeah, because the next level grind that comes up, you're looking to hit 40 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a lull in the run, as we just have to hard grind on enemies in order to gain levels so that we can survive the endgame bosses.
And we'll have the Eureka
But we'll try to
bosses
make
on
that.
top of that.
Yeah, we'll do that after. I've been debating if I want to shortchange the grind and then use the experience from the bosses to make up the difference, or if I want to just do my normal grind and then do the bosses after, which will probably make Cloud safer in the end.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know Cloud was in this game. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It may not be the Cloud you're thinking of. But who knows? It also could be the
I'm not-
crowd you're thinking of.
You guys know there's a sweet shirt on the Yeti with the final boss of this game? I didn't even realize that.
I
until the
was
event started.
definitely, I was super wondering actually, because I knew it was from Final Fantasy III, one of the shirts that's available. Yeah.
I ordered mine. I hope you guys order yours.
I'm actually going to be placing my
Pretty-
order for mine tonight.
Okay, almost done here finally.
Yeah, that's right, because there isn't a whole lot of time left to place those orders. This is the last day of the marathon, and once the marathon is over, I believe the shirt orders will be closing too. So I recommend that everybody go check out theyeti.com/RPGLB and check out the 4 beautiful shirts that are available, and there's also a really cool pin.
So, welcome to probably my favorite airship in the entirety of Final Fantasy, the Invincible. In the NES version, these aren't shops, they're like literal vending machines that just drop the items for you. But here in the 3D remake, they're actual counters that have the items for sale. Now, the nice part about the Invincible is that it can actually lift off and go above certain mountain ranges before it has to then come back down. Albeit those mountain ranges are quite small ones, it's still very useful.
No, that's good. That is ice.
And as Chad is pointing out, yes, this airship does come complete with Big Chungabo. Who, unfortunately, we don't visit here.
Big chunk.
Okay, Smelly, did I hear you right
Yeah.
on that one? Big Chungabo?
He's not
You
wrong.
did.
That is beautiful. I am
Is
always
that the official name?
Is that the official name?
There he is. There he is in all his glory. Right there. You're supposed to talk to him, and you can feed him items that you don't need in your inventory so he can store it.
Can you pat his cute belly? Because I want to do that.
Oh. Sporadic, you
I
make
can
me
come
tear
back.
up on that one. Oh, that was way too good.
Give it a big hug, come on.
Oh, okay.
You just drop Big Chungabo on us. Like it's nothing.
Too late, it's already happened.
It seems like a good move in battle, actually.
Can I go back and change the name of one of my characters to Big Chungo?
Summons.
Okay.
Next time, we need frogs with hats. We
And
need
Big
frogs with
Chungabo.
hats. Big Chungabo. Next time y'all see this game in a marathon, you better donate if there's a naming incentive. You better donate for Big Chungabo.
So,
All right, we are here in Lake Door, where I'm going to be doing level grinding for a little while here. And I'm just going to quickly set up a party. I'm going to set up everybody in the party to throw earthen drums so that I can get a lot of them back in my inventory for money. I'm going to be picking up a different item shortly to use for that, an even more valuable item. But first thing for this first, I changed my party jobs, so I have to take a 2 job. I have to take 2 fights here on this floor to get the job stat debuff off of my scholar, which is the bottom character, Chaos, aka the Red Toad.
and this is
Here we
And
have
where
then once
another animal-human hybrid monster, because that's what we get in this game.
Okay, so that should do that. Now I'm going to loot some chests in here, and then we're going to resume the grind in earnest. And then I'll explain the genius of this entire strategy setup. And then after that, we're going to have a lot of time for donations. So if you guys out there want to donate, this is going to be a wonderful time to do so. Oh, that's not good.
Yes,
That is
please
not
get
ideal.
those donations in so I have lots of stuff to read. I love reading donations. And I would love to see that Scheherazade incentive met to upgrade the race to 100% instead of just any percent. 100% is still cool, but 100% is better.
Yeah, so this is the only detour you take back to the floating continent, and it's really just to kind of power level. And yeah, you can only access this when you get the Invincible. Just like what was mentioned earlier, the Invincible can sort of hop over some smaller mountain ranges. This was previously inaccessible. And I believe all the way at the bottom of this dungeon is Leviathan.
This dungeon is... You are correct, I believe.
Yeah, this one is Leviathan.
Oh, yeah. Leviathan, that's right. Alright, get the white musk up here. I'm just going to reorganize inventory a little bit. While I'm
Yeah, so
here.
this dungeon is completely optional. Yeah, you can come through here if you have the summoner class to get Leviathan, but on speedrun, you just get here because there's powerful enemies,
Make sure I'm not
and they
missing
give
anything.
you a lot of XP.
Did that? Okay. Elixir him? Yes, I did. Okay. So I'm going to get off this floor, and then I'm going to resume the grind, and then I'll explain how and why we're grinding here. So, in order to reach and defeat a lot of the bosses at the end of the game, I need a bunch more levels on my characters, and a lot more HP. So to do that, this is one of the most efficient ways to do this, is to essentially set up my party in this manner, to do it here and fight enemies in Lake Door. So I'm fighting here specifically because the enemies on this floor are relatively harmless. They mostly cast physical attacks. The only danger is, I guess, those crab-looking enemies can cast Stare, which can put a character to sleep. But other than that, nothing I encounter on this particular floor is very dangerous to me. So I'm going to be grinding against these guys, and I've set up my party. Horus is a knight, Erebus is a knight, Sirith is a knight, and Chaos is a scholar. You can't actually see their jobs for the ones that are toted. So what I've done is, on the second floor, I picked up a white hole item. It's a combat item I can use in combat that casts Holy. But what I'm doing here is I've commanded the three knights, which is Horus, Erebus, and Sirith, to use that in combat. But then I've turned them into knights that are wearing heavy defensive gear, so they are last to take their turn in the turn order. And then I've commanded the Scholar here to use the Earthen Drums instead, which hits all enemies. Holy only hits one enemy at a time. So Chaos is almost always going to get his turn first in the turn order, and he's going to throw those Earthen Drums, kill that. So that's going to quickly end the battle, and the three characters that I told to use a White Musk with the item duplication glitch are not going to get their turns. So I'm going to refund 3 copies of a holy item, the white hole, into my inventory, which allows me to basically just make additional money on top of the experience and the encounters that I'm grinding here. And then I'm doing this with toted characters because, as was mentioned earlier in the run when we were in the Tower of Owen, characters that are toted will actually just skip the animation, the little animation where they're jumping forward to cast their spells in combat, and in the post-combat screen, every time they gain a level or a job level, it also skips that and allows me to mash through the text for their level ups. So I can basically speed up all the post-combat messages. The reason I'm leaving Horse as a knight is because if he's a toad, he can't block attacks for the other characters. The rest of them are all in critical health, which means that all the physical attacks will be directed at the knight. I mean, all of this together is essentially allowing me to farm a ton of items, refund them into my inventory, and keep my toted characters safe at the same time. And then there's one little bonus on top of that. So if I refund items in this manner back into my inventory, it actually allows me to exceed the 99 max item limit. So all the white holes that my characters are not throwing, eventually I'm going to be taking enough battles where I'm going to be getting more than 99 of them, and it will continue to add them to my inventory. So, I mean, by the end of this, I'll probably have over 130 or something. So, all that combines to just make this a very efficient way to grind, and a very lucrative way to grind as well. But it's going to take a number of encounters because I need to gain approximately 10 levels, which probably takes on the order of 40 to 50 fights to do that. So we're going to be here probably about 15 to 20 minutes. So if there are anybody out there that wants to make donations, this would be a great time to have the host read them. So if you have anything to offer, this is a great chance.
So go ahead.
Oh, I was going to see if I could ask a question real quick before letting you chime in, Sporadic.
Yeah, go for it.
That question, Poorscythe, is it possible to have a stack of items go over 255 to where it actually cycles around to the 256?
I cannot answer that because I have never tried that.
Okay. I didn't know if you had or hadn't, so that's why I figured I'd pose that question to you. Take it away, Sporadic. It's all yours.
All right, well, I do have some nice donations here. I have an anonymous donation for $25. And I also have a donation here from Danky Gang for $15. So thank you both so much. I do know that one of those did go towards that incentive that I mentioned for the Magic of Scheherazade to upgrade the race to 100% instead of any percent. We're now sitting at the $740 out of the $1,000 that we need. So $260 to go. Y'all have been so amazingly generous. I know that you can do it. I have also heard that there is a photosensitivity warning for the Magic of Scheherazade. Of course, I'm sure there will be more warnings as we get closer to that run, but I just wanted to let everybody know.
Yes, there is a photosensitivity warning for that run. Having played the game casually myself, I can confirm that.
Well, if we still have time, I also want to remind everybody that we have some really awesome prizes right now available for donators, including for a $10 minimum donation. We have a copy of Final Fantasy VII for the PS1. It is a beautiful copy. You can head on over to our prize page and check it out. It is not one of those greatest hits copies. It is just a beautiful original copy. It has the book. Oh my gosh, you only need to donate $10 to be entered into a chance to win that one. And we also have from Heroic Replicas, we have a Magicite sculpture. It's really cool. It's a $20 minimum donation to get entered for a chance to win that. Finally, this during Final Fantasy III 3D Remake, all through the end of the Fire Emblem Three Houses, we have a 3 Houses wall clock that you can be entered for a chance to win for a $15 minimum donation. And, you know, on top of all of that, if you give $100 in cumulative donations, that means you don't have to give $100 all at once, just over the course of the marathon. Of course, we are on the last day of the marathon, but still, if all of your donations total up to $100 or more, you will also be entered into a chance to win our grand prize, which is a PlayStation 5 with the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise. Amazing. So do remember, all of that money is going to a wonderful cause for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And I'm actually really happy to be here helping to raise funds for them. I love RPGs, and this is a cause that is near and dear to my heart. I have ADHD. And so I have strong feelings about the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They do good work. So thank you so much to everybody who's donated so far and who will donate before the end of the marathon. Our ultimate goal is $100,000, and we are sitting at $69,316. Y'all have been amazing, and I know that more donations will come in before the end. It is a nice total, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good one.
You got some nices in the chat.
That's a good one.
I've been thinking it, but not saying it.
Speaking of nice people doing nice things, I have an anonymous donation here for $36, and I have another donation here from Turk Dog for $25 who says, need sleep. Have you been staying up to watch Turk Dog? ADHD gang, hey, I see somebody in the chat. Long distance high five. I'm just gonna check on the incentive since those donations rolled in. Well, they may have gone to other incentives. They didn't go to the Magic of Scheherazade incentive. It's okay, people have a little bit more time to unlock that one.
Yeah, I think we still have a while yet at this grind.
Yeah, I mean, I can always ask my favorite. What's everybody's favorite Final Fantasy? I love to ask that during any Final Fantasy anything.
We have level 36 on Chaos, and I'm going to try to get everybody to level 40. So that's another 5 levels worth of grinding if you guys want to take this opportunity to donate.
Yes, please take this opportunity to donate because I love, love, love reading your donations. Look at all these. 8, 9, 6. There we go. 6. Of course, I'm going to chime in. Ooh, we got one person saying 4. We're on the same wavelength.
I can't answer that question, Sporadic.
Can't choose?
I'm too biased because I run quite a few of them.
I mean, it's fine to be biased, though. The question really is, like, what is your personal opinion? You know? Oh my god, Iggy's Mystic Quest.
Wait, did we really have an answer for Mystic Quest?
Yes, we did have an answer for Mystic Quest.
That person is my hero right now.
2 people. Oh, we have 2 people who said Mystic Quest. You know, gluttons for punishment in the chat.
No, they are my hero right now.
Look at this big long list. Somebody says like everything basically. Hey, Cecil and Rose of best love story and Spoonie Bard.
This is my favorite Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Wholeheartedly, Blue Steel Wheels.
That's FF9 shirt from
Yep.
GDQ from a couple years ago.
9's a really good
Gotta
one.
say, my favorite is Final Fantasy Adventure.
That's a new
Wasn't
one.
there a speedrun of that earlier? I think I was asleep when it happened, but
There was
Isn't there a
a
speedrun
run
of
of
that
that earlier.
I'm gonna have to watch the VOD for that one.
Poorscythe can probably guess what mine is, considering that it's one that we have not raced.
Oh, 6 with 4 is a close second. I can get behind that.
9 is my favorite. 5 is my favorite one to replay over and over again, though.
My favorite
9 is unfortunately a very long game.
My favorite has to go to, of course, the original Final Fantasy. And then my favorite to replay goes to 6.
Ooh, yeah, different preferences. Okay, so what's stop talking about Chrono Trigger.
Well, we do have Frog Nights.
We do
That's
have
true.
Frog Nights. People always bring up Chrono Trigger. I'm like, this isn't an overall RPG battle. It is simply a Final Fantasy battle
I
at the
mean,
moment.
I'm going to play back up to the people that say Chrono Trigger because it also was made by Square, so...
Yeah.
I mean, in a manner of speaking, it is Final Fantasy, but at the same time, it isn't.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a taco
Exactly.
a sandwich? Is Chrono Trigger Final Fantasy?
Well, it's fantasy. I'm not sure it's final, though.
The peanut, is it a pea or a nut? Discuss.
Yes. Thank you, Sporadic.
so welcome. I have some donos rolling in here. All right. I have one here from Deniable Credibility for $5 that says, hey, shout out to those. Hey, shout outs to you, Deniable Credibility. I have pretty bad ADHD too. Air, high five, and low five. Can we all focus long enough to get a $5 ADHD train to help Nami? I would love that. I would love that. I also love how the chat is full of people talking about Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, and ADHD. And now Peanuts also. That's perfect.
That's fantastic.
I'm really living my best life at this very moment in time. I have another donation here from KFizzle4 for $20 who says, oddly enough, Final Fantasy III is the only numbered entry in the series I haven't played yet. I watched it as part of the Final Fantasy Relay the last couple of years, and it looks both punishing and terrifying, but also fun. So I'll have to get around to it at some point. If I can get through the other 100 games in my backlog, I feel you so hard, KFizzle. By the way, my favorite is Final Fantasy X. Yes, I love people who are donating to tell me their favorite, because then I read it, instead of your favorite just scrolling by in the chat and disappearing.
Very strong.
The attraction.
We're
Sorry,
level 38. We're level 38, so we just got a few more levels to go.
Nice, nice. All right, well, some of those did go towards our incentive, of course, that we're trying to unlock for the Magic of Scheherazade to do a 100% race instead of an any percent race. We're now at $765 out of the $1,000 that we need, so we are creeping ever closer. Thank you all so much for your generosity. Chrono Fantasy. What? Parasite Eve? Is Parasite Eve Final Fantasy?
It could be.
That's not a Chrono TP.
Yeah, we don't judge here.
Quexel is the best Final Fantasy. I don't know that everybody can experience. Yes, don't forget to donate towards the incentive. Don't forget when you're getting your wonderful, wonderful donations in, either for the $5 ADHD donation train or to tell me your favorite Final Fantasy. Don't forget to click on those incentives. They don't click on themselves. Your donation does not automatically go towards an incentive. You have to choose it yourself, so please do.
I mean, you guys did get us to the Eureka Boss incentive.
I know, right?
I mean,
I'm so impressed.
we still have a few more incentives that could be met. So you could push another $5 train, have that Magic of Scheherazade run become a 100% run.
Is Magic Knight's Rares the best Final Fantasy? That's a deep cut. That is a deep cut.
Wait, which one?
The Magic Knight's Rares RPG?
Oh, that is a deep cut. Oh,
But also,
gosh.
Mario RPG is the best Final Fantasy. Oh, it's the cutest. All right. Siren Ari sent in $20. Thank you so much, Siren Ari.
I'm disappointed nobody has said Newtopia.
Utopia.
Poorscythe, why?
Shout outs to shout outs to Vonnie.
No, Willow is the best Final Fantasy.
Willow.
Well, someone did say Space Harrier.
Okay.
Is Scheherazade a Final Fantasy? Is a taquito a sandwich?
Kind of?
Final Fantasy is the best Utopia. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Are you a sandwich?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even want to leave this dungeon. I just want to keep talking.
Is Wendy's a Final Fantasy? Like, depends on what you order. Could be your Final Fantasy if you choose poorly.
Oh, I'm starting to cry again. This is way too good.
Is a calzone a pizza sandwich? Chocobo's Dungeon! I actually cosplayed the Black Mage from Chocobo's Dungeon. I loved that Black Mage costume so much that I wore it.
Five Guys is the best Final Fantasy.
Chili's is the best Final Fantasy. That's your final. That's your final decision.
Oh my gosh. What have we done?
You want that to be your final resting place? In-N-Out is the best Final Fantasy. I'm gonna have to disagree. I would say In-N-Out is an excellent burger, but you're probably not gonna have your Final Fantasy there, unless your Final Fantasy is animal-style burgers.
I
Guy
hate to cut
Fieri
this
is your
short.
Final Fantasy. It's getting a
They
little
probably-
personal.
Probably should have. Probably should have asked people to donate to stop.
Donate for us to stop talking about what your favorite Final Fantasy is. I have another donation here, though. Q sent in $20, said, my favorite is Final Fantasy 14 followed by Final Fantasy 6, but just being able to play Final Fantasy with friends when I grew up with that series is amazing. But I'm sad we won't find Graha in the Crystal Tower during this run. Please give the Catboy some love. Thank you so much, Q, for your donation. I'm just gonna check the incentives here. Well, I have no idea what that might have gone for. I really gotta click on check it out. I'm always checking the next one that we have to unlock. I'm never looking too closely at the others, which I should. You know, we do have an incentive to name the hero in the magic of Scheherazade, and Lena is in a healthy lead at $214.
All right.
All right. So, we won't be
that it?
seeing any more toads, unfortunately.
Oh no! But
Yeah,
I
very
love
sad.
the horse toad on the bird horse. What did we decide?
The toad named horse on the bird.
Horse.
I'm sorry, folks, to cut the level grind short like that. But we're gonna move on now.
All right.
Yeah,
all
very, very sad point in the run.
We've apparently spent enough time leveling. It went by in a flash, though. I don't know about you guys.
That was.
You say,
that
I
was-
hope we made it fun.
That was
grind.
the best level grind I think anybody's ever had. It was way too good. I cried twice during it, laughing so hard.
See, our next runner is in the chat too. Shoutouts to Zoe Vermillion, who's going to be running Final Fantasy III as well, slightly differently.
Okay,
80% Western rules.
we're gonna be cheating a little bit. But there's a very specific spot on the map where I can actually take the Nautilus, dive underwater, and actually go out of bounds. So I'm in the middle of what looks like a reef or something right now. This lovely black screen right here.
Okay,
And you can't see it, but I'm moving to the southwest.
I don't know how, Poorscythe, but I've always missed this part of your runs. Every single time. Now I know how you do that.
So yeah, I'm just gonna be navigating here towards the Cave of Shadows, which is another cave where monsters will multiply.
Yeah, you're meant to be
Oh,
a Dark
yeah.
Knight.
I'm supposed to normally take the Invincible, which is that giant warship, and cross a whole bunch of like little mini mountain ranges in sort of a little maze-like function. But this is a million times more fun and easy. And this is actually going to be my first manual save of the run, because I'm going to surface inside a mountain range where I'm not supposed to be. We are technically, I guess, out of bounds at this point. I really hope that's right. So that allows me to skip all the unnecessary little mountain range hopping.
Yeah, so Cave of Shadows is pretty annoying because, one, just what I mentioned before, if you hit these enemies with anything but a dark sword, they're gonna split in two. And this dungeon just has a lot of hidden pathways.
I mean, it is called the Cave of Shadows, so they did warn us.
They definitely did. And the other reason on that level grind, as mentioned earlier, is that we're more or less entering the end game at this point. And a lot of the enemies, as well as the bosses in and of themselves, are going to be so much more difficult than what they have been. I mean, we've had multiple enemies that get 2 attacks per turn and are dealing high amounts of damage, as well as we've been seeing Thundara and Blizzara, all that stuff. But we're about to start seeing the tier 3 spells and a lot more damage output from the enemies just by themselves.
So I just have to traverse these slightly hidden paths to get to the end. I'm going to be looting a couple chests along the way. Mostly, some gear of it's going to be for an eventual ninja I'm going to add to my party. And the rest of the gear is mostly going to be to sell. So I'm essentially hoarding a bunch of money between all the items that I've been duping and adding to my inventory and a bunch of other chests that I've been picking up primarily to sell for gold. My end goal is to have a nice large sell-off at the end of Eureka next to a hidden vendor that sells a bunch of shurikens and crystal gear that can be used with knights and red mages. And I want to make sure that I purchase enough items, including enough shurikens, to be able to just chuck them at the end boss. But I have to get there first. In order to get over there, I have to traverse the Cave of Shadows here and challenge Hecaton, the boss at the end here, who is holding the final elemental fang that I need. And I will need 2 other key items after that before I can enter the final areas of the game. I switched everyone over to a scholar here because we're just going to be chucking the white holes at Hecaton here. And I sold all but 4 of the ones that I duped earlier so that I can sell these. I can throw these last 4 directly at Hecaton, and then that will create an open slot at the top of my inventory. And then the next dungeon I run into, I'm going to pick up another more powerful item called the Chocobo's Wrath, which casts Flare. And it'll slot nicely into that first slot in my inventory.
All right.
So it's interesting. So Hecatonkeries are supposed to have like 100 hands, I believe. I don't think they got that sprite quite right there.
Yeah, it
The
sounds
tall
about right.
guy.
Also of note is now we're high enough level that my scholars can cast Teleport.
Nice, you did
Now
get
I
it
just have to get it.
properly.
Excellent, okay. So I have to just very carefully navigate out of that mountain range because it's very easy to get stuck inside one of those little mountain cavities, and the Nautilus can't navigate those once I go inside them, so I can very easily soft lock myself. But, I mean, I do it, which is why I did take a manual save early on. So after getting all 4 elemental fangs here, Doga and Yune have asked me to return here to Doga's Manor to traverse one final dungeon and one final challenge at the end of the dungeon to ensure that I'm ready for the end game. So welcome to Doga's Grotto, which is another pretty uneventful dungeon. So now I'm just going to be running away from the enemies here because we're done grinding. We'll be taking only really at this point required boss fights, and we'll take 1 optional additional fight in the World of Darkness at this point, plus the 5 optional Eureka fights that you guys donated for. We will be challenging those bosses, and I do not need those items in order to, or the items that all the powerful weapons that they're guarding, but as a flex here, I'm just going to chuck them at the two-headed dragon when we get to there for fun. Because they don't sell for any money.
That's going to be fun seeing you just throw everything at the two-headed dragon.
We've had a question in the chat if there are any Final Fantasy speedruns that end with throwing a person at the final boss.
If you actually... Okay, fun fact. FF6, Umaro can throw the other characters. So yes, it is absolutely possible to defeat Kefka by Umaro throwing another character at him.
I would say throw Sabin. Throw Sabin at him for a little turnabout.
Throw Sabin carrying the
Phantom Train?
Phantom Train.
Carrying a train.
Just make the ultimate suplex happen.
Should that be a sprite for Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise? That would be a pretty amazing sprite.
What, to just have Sabin like carrying the train at all times?
Like, no, Umaro throwing Sabin carrying the train. I don't know how you'd fit that on one screen.
I really, yeah.
I mean, it would probably have to be a Zeromus sprite.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm sure Scala could do that.
Ultimate
absolutely.
fastball special.
All right, so we've hit the end of the little challenge that Doga and Une have decided to set up for us, and now they wish for us to, well, unfortunately, kill them.
Yeah, as far as the plot is concerned, I'm not really sure you could make this make sense on any level.
They said that they require like their life energy to power up the key items that they're going to give us. So they challenge us to a brawl, which is 2 back-to-back fights against Doga and Une. They look nothing like their human forms. So I picked up a Chocobo's Wrath on the way down here, which, as I mentioned earlier, casts Flare. And I'm just abusing that for this and the final bosses. I'm going to quickly dupe an extra 3 of them here. This is mostly to just make sure that I do not run out of the copies of this, because if I run out of copies, that kind of ruins the run unless I find another item.
But now you
Both of
actually,
these bosses take about 3 wraths each.
yeah, now you actually get to see the power of the Chocobo's Wrath and what Flare can really do. And we're going to see a little bit more of that, but on top of that, you'll finally be able to see what the shurikens can do here at the end of the game.
So now we have all the items we need to be able to reach the end of the game. We will be taking one more detour into Eureka for some supplies and some extra boss fights. And then we will be venturing onward to the end of the game. And hopefully I don't screw up the going out of bounds for getting to the last section of the game.
I mean, you did nail the one going to the Cavern of Darkness, so I think you'll be able to nail this one as well.
We're in good shape so far. Okay.
Not to mention, you nailed all 3 map warps on top of that.
Yeah, it would be really sweet to be able to do that in a run.
I mean, to be fair, you just did. Nice.
Yeah, a run that I'm timing. Okay. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I want to do a safety save here. Once again, I've dived underwater and out of bounds and emerged into a mountain range. So I'm not supposed to be able to fly here normally. That's now a little too low. The trick here is to try to land the airship such that I can actually interact with it when I go back to the ship. and try to make sure that the ship itself does not accidentally go inside the borders of the mountain range, because if it does, I'm not going to be able to fly out. And that's a soft lock, and I'll have to reload my manual save.
So,
Oh, the last requirement to get into Eureka, the optional area, is I have to defeat the final crystal boss here.
Yeah, all that skips going back to the Invincible, which is what you're supposed to use. There's like a long, winding kind of mountain pathway that you take to get here, and then you have to use the 4 fangs. And to actually use those, you can't use them from the airship. You actually have to get out and then walk and then take down each one of the barriers. It's pretty funny.
it also takes up.
We
a lot
skipped
of
all
time.
that. Yeah, the Maze of the Ancients is a very long dungeon.
Maze of the Ancients is probably my favorite dungeon in the game.
And fans of FF14 will probably recognize Maze of the Ancients here as the 3 different segments. Ancients Maze, Circus Tower, and the World of Darkness are all part of the last segment of the game here, and they are all recreated as separate dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV. Okay. Hopefully I did that right. Yes, I did. Okay. So I have to go outside here one more time. Dive one more time.
You fought an extremely rare boss in this game. Just some guy.
That was just some guy too.
Yeah, that was just some guy too.
Just some guy Boogaloo.
Because Just Some Guy 1 was
Golbez.
in the Shadow Caves.
No, not Golbez. Gold. What's his name? Sorry.
Goldor.
Goldbez.
Goldbez.
Someone said Goldbez in the chat, and that's actually a great name for it.
Yeah.
And now I've gone into the final area of the game by clipping inside. Oops, wait a minute. I don't want to fight. I want to be running.
Yeah, that was Titan, the successor to Hecatonker. So, yeah.
I don't know how to say that name. It's,
Hecatoncheir, I think it is.
I can say the plural, I can't say the single. So anyways, we went inside that, and then I went back into the back door of the ancient maze so that I could just grab some quick loot there. Now we're into the Crystal Tower. Inside the Crystal Tower in this room is the entrance to the optional area for Eureka.
You mean the one that
Absolutely
everybody
love.
donated for? The one we've all been waiting for?
It is.
We would normally have to go here anyway, but yes, there will be some extra fights we're going to be taking. And I hope they're as adventurous as the ones I had from a practice run earlier today.
Oh boy.
Because that was it was quite entertaining, honestly. Some of these fights can be very, very boring if they just go perfectly to plan. I mean, that's what you want as a speedrunner, but it's not always what you want as a viewer, I think.
So, I will say with the Crystal Tower, if you enjoy this version of the music, you would be doing yourself a favor to actually look up the Pixel Remasters version of the Crystal Tower music. It's an experience.
Since we're planning to use a knight here, and especially a bard in the eventual late game bosses, there's some very valuable gear here. The Pixel Remaster version does not actually visit this location because you don't need to use that. We don't really use ninjas in that version. We heavily abuse dragoons instead for that.
I
So I
like
have
that
to-
the trap was a whole person.
Yeah, this guy's just hanging out in the chest here. He was just waiting to spring, a samurai sword at us from inside that chest.
Very dedicated.
He just jumps out of the chest and is like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here to stop you."
Okay, that got us a ribbon. which I'm going to put on Horse. I'm going to revive Sirith, because he doesn't deserve to be dead right now. Some people may argue otherwise, but... where are my antidotes? There they are. Get that.
We do have some other donations. This is an alright time to read those.
Yeah, this should be okay, because I have one or two more screens before I get to the first of the optional bosses.
All right, great. Geister Carl sent in $20. Thank you so much, Geister Carl. And Iggy Ziggs sent in $20 and says less than 3. Less than 3 right back at you, Iggy Ziggs. And those donations did go towards that incentive that we're trying to unlock the Magic of Scheherazade to do a 100% race instead of an any percent race. So we are up to $805 out of the $1,000 we need. Less than $200 to go. Y'all are fantastic.
Y'all are doing an amazing job. Keep it up.
Thank you so much for all of your generous donations to Nami.
Oh, how did we miss that donation total number? Look at that number.
Oh, right? So close. So close.
Boo that person.
We just barely overshot.
I will never boo generosity to charity. I just, you know.
All right. Here we go.
All right, we'll do the first optional boss here. And this is the one you guys will probably recognize, especially if you've played the most recent expansion of Final Fantasy XIV. Say hello to Amon.
Hey, he looks like Hyde.
No, he doesn't. He's totally different. I mean, look at the colors. They're totally different.
I mean, I'll hit you with another game that you might recognize the name from. The Lufia series.
I probably would if I had ever played Lufia. I have never played that one.
Really? I heard that Luffy is one of the best Final Fantasies.
That is one of my... Dang, I'm really missing out then.
Okay, that was a good one. That was really good.
Okay, one down. Let's see.
A few more to go.
Yes, a few more to go. Is it this? I think it's to the right here. And actually, one really neat bonus about this, as I mentioned earlier, that every time I defeat a boss, I get a free refresh on health and MP charges for all the characters. And these optional bosses do count for that as well. Let me heal first.
All right.
So this is the Masamune.
Masamune.
This is a particularly nasty optional boss because this one has the ability to take 3 attacks in a turn, unlike the other bosses. And as we know from Cerberus, that you'll be seeing in the endgame bosses, letting an enemy attack 3 times is just asking for trouble.
But it's rather
Or
simple.
just don't let her attack. Or just, yeah, don't let her attack.
Yep.
Easy every time.
That works.
That boss's name was Kunoichi in this version. There's another chest over here where I can just grab an item, but it's not guarded by an optional boss, so I'm not going to pick it up.
Yeah. Was that a Chrono Trigger reference there? Anyway. Moving on.
There is one more optional boss on this floor.
What a Chrono Trigger reference. How many optional bosses have we fought so far?
We have fought 2 of the 5 optional bosses. There is
Okay.
a third one on this floor.
Okay. Oh, look, it's just some dude too.
Yeah, just some dude number 3.
Yeah, just some dude
three.
number 3. Just standing there.
All right.
Is it
This
the
is
Holy
the
Sword Excalibur?
This is the Holy Sword Excalibur. Guarded by whatever this. This is by the General. Very generic name for an enemy.
I thought he had a tail, but I think it's just a really flat sword. Vote now. Tail or
that was-
sword? Tail or
That was
sword?
that was the wrong item I used. Now, what's really interesting to me for this particular enemy is they obviously based all. Oh, well, that's what you get for doing that.
Oh,
Not
kind of
chaos
looks like a
is fine,
bow.
Yeah, that does look
So
like
the
a
sprite,
bow.
the sprite for this enemy in the Pixel Remaster version and the original game, he's wielding a sword instead of an axe. So they changed it to an axe in this version, and I have no idea why. And they changed it back in the Pixel Remaster.
I mean, because reasons.
Excalibur. Man, a Final Fantasy Adventure reference. There's just so many references right now.
It's only a model.
This is the awesome. This is the greatest crossover. All right.
Kettle up.
Oh, that's right. He's alive. He's alive already. Okay. Fail of the Ragnarok. Demon Blade.
There's a Golden Sun reference too. This is insane. This is it's too much.
Just some dude. Green version.
You're not technically wrong with that one. This is Guardian, is his name. I believe most of these bosses make an appearance in the Crystal Tower in Final Fantasy XIV, or the various Crystal Tower related dungeons. The Ancient's Maze, the Circus Tower, and or the World of Darkness.
Hey, Sarah made it through that fight. Good job, Sarah.
I don't remember for sure on that, since it's been a while since I've actually watched anything dealing with the Crystal Tower.
There must be, like, I'm pretty sure there's trash in there, based on most of the things that you can find here.
I'm
If
barely
not
certain
bosses.
you're right.
It is nice that all of these optional bosses are giving you really awesome weapons. I'm gonna assume that they're really awesome weapons.
They're pretty strong, but unfortunately, I'm not really utilizing the classes that can take advantage of them. I don't
Yeah.
really need them.
In casual play, these weapons are like by far what you want going through the game until you hit wow, my brain just stopped for a second. I'm sorry. Until you hit
You saw
the World of
boss?
Darkness.
My brain stopped when I saw that boss too. I mean, like that is quite the boss.
Scylla has that effect on me. My brain just stops every time I see Scylla. It's just like
That's
oh,
dogs
no.
on top of a horse.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah did not survive this one.
The boss
we do
like
have a-
looks at Cerberus and laughs.
Question in the chat about the ribbon and if it can be equipped to every job.
In this case, I do not. I'm actually not sure. I could check that probably.
Can you pet it? That would be an amazing incentive. To
How many times? That's a
pet
lot of
that
things
boss.
to pet.
Pet the Scylla.
Maybe the last pet you ever do, but it's the best.
I mean, I
Okay.
guess I could.
So that was the last of the optional bosses and the last of the weapons that they were guarding. So thank you guys again for the donation here. But now we're in the grand sell-off here. So I'm getting rid of everything I do not need going forward for the rest of the fight. So that I can maximize the amount of things I can buy. In terms of gear and stuff. So I'm kind of not going to... Why do I not have a white robe equipped? Somebody's missing something now. Button hammer. No. No. No, we're gonna leave those actually. I just want to make sure I don't sell anything off I'm not supposed to sell off. I may have needed one of those, I don't know. Diamond Bronze Ice Shield. Mithril Shield. It's knight armor, power braces. And these are the extra items. I don't need that.
This be an alright time to read a donation?
Let me grab this, and then we can go ahead with that. Oh, a lot of those. And then we put, somebody's missing a piece of white, 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 white. Okay, we're all set with. So I'm going to start climbing the crystal tower here, which is again another long slog. So this would be another great time for any information you want to share.
Oh, awesome. All right. Well, we have a $125 donation from Anonymous, and they say, for the best cat, Edgar. And that actually went towards our Name the Hero bid war for the Magic of Scheherazade, and it pushed Edgar into the lead. Excuse me, previously Lino is in the lead at $214, and now Edgar is in the lead at $220. Thank you so much for your donation, Anonymous. We are creeping ever closer to $70,000 raised for Nami. We are so close. We are less than $500 away from that. Incredible.
I hope you guys are enjoying the tunes in this dungeon. It's great.
All the endgame music in this version is so good.
It's really been non-stop bops from like start to finish, honestly.
I mean, Final Fantasy III has one of the best soundtracks of the Final Fantasy series. Please run away, Chaos. Thank you.
Ooh, that's a great question to ask the chat. Which Final Fantasy soundtrack is your favorite?
Wait,
I don't like the game as much as other FFs, but I can't deny that FF8 has an amazing soundtrack.
I mean, you got Man with the Machine Gun, and that's a hard song to top.
I
Several votes
totally
for
agree.
9, several
I agree
votes
with
for
9.
14, and several votes for 6.
Okay.
I agree with all of those.
I agree with all of
There's
those.
one for 7.
And I'm also going to throw my 2 cents in with 3's Pixel Remaster soundtrack.
Oh yeah, the rock jams are great, and all of the Pixel remasters have unbelievably great
Mystic
music.
Quest.
Mystic
Here we
Quest
go
has a
again.
really good soundtrack too. Like, not even throwing memes out there. That soundtrack is quite good.
Chocobo's Dungeon 2?
Square, I'm not even kidding. When is Mystic Quest Pixel Remaster? Please.
I agree with you on that one, Poorscythe.
I would pay money.
We've had one
Let's go.
through 6. We
If
need
they
Mystic
did
Quest.
a Pixel Remaster, I might try it again. Chrono Trigger soundtrack slaps. Well, of course it does.
Well, yeah, it's Chrono Trigger.
Zereth got punched again. Just an update. He's all better now.
Got punched.
He's ready.
Oh,
He's ready to
got-
get punched again.
Got better. By just
Well, I
some
got
dude.
better.
Oops, there we go.
You know, I'm looking at our donation total, and we're only $454 away from 70,000. You guys can definitely
Right?
get that before the end of this run.
Well, how much time do we have before the end of this run?
More than you might think. We're in the second last dungeon, and I still want to say a solid 30 minutes.
Yeah,
All right, 30 minutes.
it's like 30
That's
to
how long
40
this
minutes.
is. And now try to imagine the original version of this game, which wanted you to do the prior dungeon to this dungeon, and the upcoming dungeon, all without the ability to save. You have that, and then you have the original version of the game. which is why it's like one of the most notoriously unfriendly, like especially a marathon speed game.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that
Until-
would make me like walk away from a game as a kid and like never finish it. Kind of like brutal stuff where you're like X number of hours in.
So, yeah, like the Famicom version, when you're doing Silk's Tower as well as World of Darkness into the final boss, if you have
It's actually true in the
like
in the other versions of the 3D remake, they don't have the autosaves that this has.
yeah,
So you actually, I mean, they have ported over like the difficulty, like the DS1 and the PSP don't allow you to. I mean, I think the PSP may allow quick saves. I don't remember.
PSP does allow quick save
Actually,
because DS didn't have quick save because this was originally modeled off the DS version, and then they added the quick save feature. Ooh, a giant mirror.
our greatest enemy.
Ourselves?
That was like such a fast answer.
Yeah, very relatable. This cause we're raising money for. So we have a good 4 or 5 minute cutscene here. This is a great time for some information if you have anything to share. We're just recruiting a party of people to help us get unstuck from the mirror.
I mean, I always have all kinds of things to talk about. I would like to say that RPG Limit Break is grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at jazaboo.com. I'm going to spell that for y'all. It's JAZAABOO.com. And another artist that deserves special thanks is the one who worked on our overlays, Oro, who can be found on Twitter at Orolin. I'm going to spell that for y'all too. It's OUROLEN. And finally, I want to show some love to our community artists, Kari Fry, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for some of the emotes as you gain access to by subscribing to the channel. All revenue from subs and the ads we run will go to help us run future RPG Limit Break marathons, but fret not, 100% of the donations go straight to Nami.
I want to just break in here quick. This cutscene is slightly broken. Dash is literally hanging over the edge in this little scene here, and he's supposed to hop over the edge, but he doesn't do that in this. And then he just magically appears in the next scene that switches back to him. The only reason I know that is because if you look very, very carefully, you can see like the very top of his hair, of his model just hanging off the side. And it doesn't animate in the speedrun for some reason. There's a couple of visual glitches like that, including this one coming up right here, too. So this guard in front of the prince is just T-posing.
Is it working?
Yeah, we also
Look too intimidated.
we also find out the fate of Dash. Turns out he didn't disintegrate when he jumped into that molten lava. Somehow.
Well, I mean, as you recall from Molten Cave, walking in the lava didn't actually hurt us for too much.
I mean, that logic applies to the NPCs, so everything's good.
Everyone in this particular universe just doesn't have a problem with lava. Oh, I'm so hyped to see these guys again.
I mean, lava doesn't exist. It's just really, really hot water.
Wouldn't that still hurt?
No.
Gramps, they don't even have like gray hair. Do they all dye their hair or like what's the deal?
Okay, I think this curse is called like the Curse of the Four Worms or something.
5 dragons.
5 dragons.
Or
yeah.
5
5
worms.
dragons.
5 dragons or 5 worms. I don't remember which exactly.
It's Curse of the 5 Dragons.
If you actually have the access to the FF Ultimania, the one that was a prize that was offered as a prize earlier in the marathon, I do have a copy of it here. It seems to indicate that they had a different plan for dragons before they eventually settled on them just sort of being a curse that stops you for all of just 2 minutes while a cutscene plays. So say hello to Zand, who is architecting all of the events that have been going on to this point. The world's been falling out of balance between light and darkness, and he's been the cause. He's also prominently featured now in the storyline in Final Fantasy XIV as well.
And you get to fight him to this fine bop. Such good boss music.
The best part about that is his staff is just hovering. He's not actually holding it.
That makes it cooler.
It's true.
He's just that good.
He's able to basically toss it in midair and then punch me and then grab it before it gets back on the floor. So that went actually pretty well as well. I mean, most of these fights could be a little trolly here.
That went really well.
That one went fine because he didn't do anything nasty. You can also cast Meteor, and Meteor can really be a troll.
He looks like Guile from Chrono Trigger.
Well, I know we're going to have a little more cutscene happening. So, Braddock, if you got anything, by all means, take it away.
I absolutely do. Y'all have been even more generous. Lisa spent in $50. Thank you so much for your donation, Lisa. And we have an anonymous donation of $100. Thank you both so much. Both of those actually went towards that incentive that I have been talking about, the magic of Scheherazade, to turn the race into a 100% race instead of any percent race. We are so close. We are now at $965 out of the $1,000 that we need. That is only $35 away. And y'all are also bringing that donation total closer to $70,000 total raised for Nami. We are now at $69,706, so less than $300 away from hitting $70,000 for Nami. Y'all are just blowing me away here. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Wait, did I die? That's not the script, is it? Let me check the strategy guide. 1 sec. Huh. I do die. Maybe I should have read the strategy guide.
I was not expecting you to actually do that. Oh boy. No, that death was completely intentional. It's part of the story. Because now it is time to dive into the world of darkness.
Or the bangers.
Yeah, that's actually very true too. To encounter 4 bosses that you very well may recognize.
First things first, I need a healer.
Also, this is a point of no return.
Quite literally.
Should probably put that out there.
Crystal.
I think actually once you cross over to fight Zand, it's technically a point of no return.
Yeah, when you cross over to fight Zand, that's it. You are locked into the end game.
Please enjoy this tune.
Love the World of Darkness. I love the World of Darkness.
Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite Final Fantasy songs. It's just a shame that the loop is so short.
Hey, look, it's that guy number 2.
These
Yep.
ribbons like just exist, so they're all attached to some guy. There's
they
so
just
many
pop out of the
chests
chests.
with
Everybody
there's
just pop
so
out of
many
chests.
chests with dudes in them. In this game, you would think that they would learn.
Well, the other guy was named Zan. This guy's name is Zan's clone. It's a very original name. So this is a slightly weaker form of that previous boss. It has considerably less HP. We are just, looting this for one additional ribbon. So the World of Darkness is split up into 4 different wings. Each wing features a different boss, and we have to challenge all 4 bosses before we can challenge the final boss. This is a very common, nasty spot for people that get killed on these bosses, because some of them don't play around.
I forgot about the build-up in this version.
How do you feel? Excuse me. How do y'all feel about a donation at this point in time? We had quite the donation come in. Oh, looks like important cutscene time.
We'll wait until after this boss, because
Yeah.
it's not a very long boss. But these fights are by far the most complex in the run. They take the longest. Not this particular fight, though. This is essentially just a damage race against Ahriman. We're starting with Ahriman here. Well, same strategy as many of the other bosses. We're going to be tossing Chocobo's Wraths with our Scholars, and we'll just be healing up our party with Chaos. Chaos only has 3 charges of Kiraga. After that point, I'm just going to be all in on tossing Chocobo's Wrath to take him down. Each of these World of Darkness bosses has 1,200, or has 100,000 HP, so we just have to chew through it over a number of rounds. Oh, that's right, keep going. This is the most straightforward of the 4 bosses at this point. The only thing we really have to worry about is Ahriman may cast Courage on himself, which will slightly lengthen the fight. He may also have a chance to cast Meteor. It's pretty rare though, but it does hurt.
Yeah, Meteor's extremely rare from Ahriman. So hopefully we don't see it.
There's definitely a boss very similar to this in the World of Darkness, but it looks a little different. And Sirith is down. That's going to be a common theme against these bosses, unfortunately. Sirith is sort of lacking in defensive gear compared to the other 2 Scholars, because I only have 2 copies of the gear that I need. Ooh.
Poor Seraph.
Oh, I didn't
Did you
equip.
actually get the Petrify?
I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't put the ribbon on. I forgot to put the ribbon on. That's why.
that would do it.
On. Oh, okay. Well, we're having fun here. Well, as I said, these can get adventurous. He's got to be close, though.
I mean, he
we're gonna
did
try to
just heal
res.
for 4,000.
That's true. And heal it again there.
Yeah, a minor setback.
I meant to do that. Oh, I'm running out of Phoenix Downs. Let me do. Or no. I'm gonna take a second to just do some extra Phoenix Downs. I'm getting a little bit low from. Okay. Keep doing that. Can I do that? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Well, you can do it, Chaos. Please? No. All right. I have to reset that then. That was my fault, because I didn't put a piece of gear on Erebus that I was supposed to put on him. I forgot to put that on after I grabbed the ribbon. That is actually, if I put that on, that was a free fight. That was entirely my fault at that point.
Is that in the strat guide?
You just wanted to make it entertaining.
It's true. I just want to make it a fair fight. But thankfully, the autosave rescues us here because the crystals are literally right in front of where the autosave takes place, which is as soon as I enter the room.
Well, Poorscythe, while we have the damage race happening again, do we want to let Braddock read?
Sure, that's a great time.
All right, well, Firebird Lover sent in $10 and says, what is a farming tool you need in advance? Poorscythe is made of mushrooms. Poorscythe is found on the beach. Shorescythe looks like a musical note. Poorscythe walks backwards while describing nearby sights. Poorscythe and is made of liquid flowing from a container. Poorscythe. Thank you for that donation, Firebird Lover.
Firebird Lover. I am never going to forget that. I have certainly never heard that before.
That was really good.
That wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I'm going to have
Shout
to
outs
clip that
to
one and watch
Firebird
that
Lover.
thing. Okay, that should be the third round, so he's out of charges, so we're going to switch now to show those rounds. This fight should be nearly over after this round. Okay, that's what that fight is supposed to look like, if you actually put the proper gear on the clear.
Oh, chat's keeping it going. Keep it buried under the ground. Poorscythe.
I have no pun skills, so I'm outsourcing that to chat.
You have sleep apnea? It's Snorescythe.
Oh boy. I'm glad this run's almost over.
I mean, if we used you to get between rooms, you'd be Doorscythe.
Oh boy.
It's clean. That was a very clean pun.
Thank you.
And I have a whole bunch of new nicknames I can use.
Exactly.
Chat's going with it. If you want me to read it out loud, put it in a donation, chat. Speaking of which, I didn't even check to see if we made it with that incentive, and we did. We did. That last dono put us over the top. We are gonna be seeing the 100% race instead of the any percent race in the Magic of Scheherazade.
Scheherazade's 100% now instead of any?
Yup.
Let's go.
Yup, we met it. Let's go. Let's go.
And y'all
I've
can
got to
still
change my kickbase.
y'all can still hit 70,000 before the end of this run. We're
That's
so
right.
close.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys got time. There's still 4 more bosses. And here's one
What
of
is
them.
that, like $234? Is that how much we need?
Yep.
A mere $234, considering y'all have hit 3 different $1,000 incentives over the course of this run. I absolutely believe that y'all can get us to 70,000 before the end of it.
I mean,
I'm going to nicely ask Echidna here to donate $60. We'll see what she says.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so this is Echidna. You might recognize Echidna from Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Also inspired
Nope.
by
Just
Utopia.
slightly different. Just slightly different. Sprite is slightly different.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she's a little bit more dangerous here. I'm going to take advantage of these turtle shells that I picked up a turtle shell in Lake Dorp earlier. It casts Protect on my characters. I'm specifically casting it on Cirith because... that's right. Because Cirith is lacking in gear compared to the other scholars. So the other two have ribbons, which protects them from his tornado attack. Her tornado attack. But she has lower defense than the other characters, and she's not protected against the nastiest attacks or the status effects. She can also cast Death, and it will land on Cirith. You're gonna go back to me. Otherwise, I'm just damage racing her. Same as Ariman. The tornado may hit Cirith here. Yes, it does.
I mean, at least Cirith is still alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I do this fight a lot of times, and Cirith, or at least the third scholar, does not very often survive this fight. They're just very, very vulnerable. I believe she's out of cast, so we're just gonna rush this.
Hey, Sporadic. Do my eyes deceive me right now?
We just hit the... We just hit the... Oh my god!
We just hit 70,000.
We just hit exactly $70,000 raised for Nami. 70K hype, let's go!
And that came from Echidna, right?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the donos are here too. I have the donos all piled up. I didn't want to butt in, but yes. Yes, indeed. Somebody calculated, yes, indeed.
Oh, I'm really curious now.
All right. Well, I mean, I do have this dono here. Of course, you know, other donos had to come before. I have this dono here from Flannel for $20. Thank you so much, Flannel. And then I have another dono here from Cup of Squirrel for $234. That says, let's go.
Yo.
Let's go indeed. Y'all did it. Y'all hit like every goal that we threw out there. Y'all hit them. We unlocked 3 incentives. We hit $70,000 raised for Nami.
That is amazing. Y'all
Absolutely
are
amazing,
the
yeah.
best.
Thank you, everyone, so much. It means a lot to those of us that have been struggling with mental illnesses. I have my own past history with depression, and still occasionally ongoing. So I know the importance of it, and greatly appreciate it. Mm-hmm.
Big same on that one, Poorscythe. Very massive same, actually.
Yeah, you know, I didn't find out that I had ADHD till much later in life than I wish I should. And y'all know my name, Sporadic Erratic. I chose it before I knew. I've only known for a few years, and it's amazing to have kind of an explanation for so many things that have been so difficult.
You guys still have 3 more bosses to donate for if you would like to. I know it's a nice round number. I hate to ruin that, but...
And I mean, we definitely have more incentives, including a glitch exhibition for Fire Emblem 3 Houses. After the race, there will be a game glitch showcase. We meet that one. That's y'all are gonna have to. I have no doubt that y'all can step on up because we're looking for $3,000 to unlock that one, and we're sitting at 100.
Okay, this is probably the trolliest of these 4 World of Darkness bosses, the specific ones, because Cerberus here has the ability to do 3 attacks in a turn, similar to that optional boss I took on earlier. And he munches pretty hard. Not gonna lie. A little scary until I get Protect up on everyone.
Cerberus, a little disappointing after seeing that boss with so many more dog heads. I mean, come on, Cerberus.
It's like he's not even trying.
We had Scylla with 5 heads, and now we've got Cerberus with 3.
Oh, he just ate a horse. Okay. I'm gonna try to get him up after this. Or... Okay. We can work with this.
I mean, at least Erebus is still alive.
Okay. Actually, let me do a couple more quick dupes just in case. I don't want to run out of them. Okay. You're going to try this. Do you have enough? You do not. And you have to do this instead. Elixir. We'll try to do that. We'll try to get horse back up for this. That's not going to do it. It's not the worst target though for that. Once again, we're going to try that. You're going to try that. We're going to try that one more time. I mean, I can do this with a solo scholar. It's just going to take a while. It'd be much quicker if I can get 2 of them up.
And now you have Erebus back up, fortunately, so...
But now he does not have a defense item, so I'm going to do that quick. She has to do that. She's out of charges. Okay. Ugh. I think we're just going to chip away at this point. You need to elixir yourself. Let's quickly get a couple more of those, just in case. This is a very uncooperative doggo.
So for those
The Japanese community commonly refers to this as kusoge dog.
Yeah, understandable.
You need to get... No, you're okay. I'm going to try to do this.
So, for those that are unsure as to how the item duplication works, more or less it's using an item on a character, going back to their turn, and then going into the item menu and instead using one of the pieces of equipment that is equipped. What that does is that queues up whatever item was previously selected to be used and does not remove any of the quantity, but instead uses the extra quantity, and if that extra quantity is not used, it is then refunded into the inventory as the extra quantity.
I've got to heal. Or actually, I ran out of charges. I have to change the commands. That's right, you punch him with shields. I hope this is almost over. It looks like I'm making my progress on this, but it's just going very slow. Yep, we'll keep doing that. I just wanted to do this. There we go. Okay.
Nice.
First try. Just very slow. Yeah. Unfortunately, Cerberus focused a lot of damage on some of my scholars, which tends to happen. And actually, the fewer characters there are, the more likely he is to just focus damage in general on characters, and makes that fight harder and longer than it needs to be.
That's 3 of the 4 Warriors of Darkness. And now the only one that's going to be remaining is the one that is guarded by Twin-Headed Dragon.
Looks sunny. It's a new job.
Oh
We're
man.
using a ninja. It only took us 3 hours and 50 minutes to switch jobs.
Yep. We finally have a ninja.
Air Knight. Genji. Ribbon. Prima, and Genji. Repia gets this and this. Protect. Crystal. Crystal. Yeah, that should be fine. Just want to double check my equipments against my notes in case I forget something. So say hello to the ninja. I obtained this one when I defeated Titan in the
We're saying hello
Ancient's
to
Maze.
some other ninjas.
Oh yeah, the ninja
Oh
fight.
gosh, yep.
Ninjas number 1 and 2.
Oh no, you attracted the other ninjas.
Oh, that's right. I don't want to do this. I don't want to heal characters in this section. I'm very specifically trying to set up my party so that the ninja and the scholars will be in critical health.
That way the knight can just cover them.
Yep, he can just cover them by default here for the upcoming boss. Well, that's okay. I want them to get munched actually, because that's okay. That will let me put them into critical with a resurrection. Although I think my knight got munched, didn't he? Yes, he did. I don't want him dying.
Yeah, so while we've been down here in the world of darkness, been freeing these dark warriors. So it turns out, long time ago, there was a flood of light, just like there's a flood of darkness now. And so the world has to be kept in balance, and so there were 4 warriors of darkness.
That's basically
And
the
as-
inversion of Shadowbringers from FF14's expansion, which is what made that the reveal of that expansion plus its ties to FF3 was one of the highlights of that one for me. Shadowbringers is was the 3rd expansion to Final Fantasy XIV. If you are not familiar with it, the plot of that closely mirrors the story of this game. We're just making our way here over to the final of the World of Darkness bosses here. I'm trying to make sure that, if possible, my characters take, my non-knight characters take enough damage to get into critical health if possible. If not, I'm just going to start the fight and we'll go from it.
While we're heading to Twin
But
Headed
either way.
Dragon, want to let Braddock read some donations or throw a plug?
We're almost right there, so I'm going to hold off for 1 second.
Okay.
We can probably sneak in one if it's a quick one.
I have a dono here from Vonnie for $50. It says, so hyped to see all kinds of friends doing runs this morning. Good luck to Poorscythe, Zoe, and Synth Pop is back. Darn right it is. Put this money towards naming the hero, Lena. All hail the magnificent Floofus.
Bonnie. I believe we recently discussed that Final Fantasy, or Newtopia, is the best Final Fantasy in the chat. I hope you didn't miss that, Bonnie.
Oh, you got a response. Don't worry. All right, Twin Headed
That
Dragon.
dono did, bump Lena back into the lead over Edgar. Edgar at 220, and Lena now back into the lead. This hot bid war for the naming of the character, of the hero in the Magic of Sherazade. Lena in the lead at $264.
Gotta be a little careful here. The two-headed dragon only does physical attacks. So this is why I have a knight character guarding. And since I have additional items I can throw here, we're gonna throw those. I gotta be very careful here because I'm down to 1 elixir. I'm gonna need a few more for the final fight. So thanks to the donations you guys had, we have all these extra weapons that we can throw on this fight. So I'm just gonna take advantage of doing that. I would have sold them for money, but they don't sell for anything worthwhile. Okay, let's throw Excalibur.
Yeah, so this is the last boss fight with more or less your kind of standard approach where you just toss items. Things are going to be shaken up a little bit here going into the Cloud of Darkness.
Nice toss to end the battle.
And that was the fourth thing I threw, which is the 4 worthwhile items to throw on that fight. So 4 of the 5 weapons I picked up are actually a pretty solid attack total. The Elder Staff I picked up is a little low, not really worth throwing. Also not really worth selling. But we are here at the end, so it's time for our final party. Look at this, it's a new job. For exactly 1 battle.
A bard.
The Bard. We're gonna sing.
Spoonie bar?
That's right. Where's it? Linear. White. Text. Crystal. White. Crystal. Images. Crystal. White. Crystal. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't have enough elixirs. I'll have to get some on the way.
All right. We have the final party set up for Cloud of Darkness. Just gonna do item duplication in order to stock up on elixirs, and then it is making our way back to the hub and getting ready to finish off this game.
Alright, I was supposed to elixir these 2 when I job switched. But I didn't have enough to make sure that happened, so I did it there. So the only thing I have to do now is when I switched to the ninja earlier on from the job I was using, that incurred the maximum penalty, the maximum length penalty for the job stat debuff. Because the jobs are essentially nothing alike in terms of their design or anything, and the maximum duration of the penalty is there. So I want to take 10 fights between the time I've switched to a ninja and the time I reach Cloud of Darkness. And I just have to make sure that Force survives 10 fights in order for that to count towards the total. If I go into Cloud of Darkness with that debuff on, he's going to be hit with a debuff that docks him for 25% of his stats. It lowers his defenses as well. Alright, one last floor with random encounters, and then we'll be there. And I sincerely hope we can do this on the first try. This fight is not very fun to repeat.
You got this.
Easily the most complicated fight in the run. Let me heal here. Okay, and the debuff is already off, so we've already had 10 fights. That's good. We just have to get through this floor. So how does one get the Onion Knight class in this version? There was, in the original version, or the original remake version for the DS, there was a Magnet feature, which I believe was used to gain that. Unfortunately, they eventually turned that Wi-Fi feature off on the DS version. I don't think it's possible to do that anymore. In other versions, they replaced it with another sub-quest you can do instead. I don't remember the exact details. I've done it before, but it's been a while since I've done it. Alright. Final fight.
So now all the warriors of darkness are freed, and they're able to weaken Cloud of Darkness enough to be defeated. In the second instance of the friends you made along the way come back to help you.
So the good thing is that if I happen to die on this, the autosave is right at the start of this floor, so I can repeat it. Downside is I have to rewatch this cutscene if it happens.
It doesn't matter which version of the game or of this game that you play, this fight is intense. So, with that said, good luck, Poorscythe.
And we don't quite get Cloud Strife in this game, but we get the Cloud of Strife. So close enough, right?
That's true.
Just like the cool shirt.
Yeah. So I'm going to spend the first 2 turns trying to get turtle shells onto my characters, which cast Protect, which lasts quite a while on them to reduce physical damage against them. I'm going to have at least one of the 2 red mages always casting Curaga here. They both have 3 charges of Curaga between them, so I have to just kind of balance charges carefully. And then the Bard is going to be using 2 different harps. One is the Lamia harp, which is currently equipped. If he sings with the Lamia harp, it does 10% of all enemies' remaining HP as damage. And then... where are my sugar points? There they are. So now I'm going to swap and cast that magic defense blow. And I'm going to switch which Maze casting. That's going to raise magic defense elegy with the Apollo harp I'm using. Starting on turn 3, Cloud can start to cast Particle Beam, which is her really powerful party-wide attack. If she doesn't cast it, that helps me out, because it just lessens the pressure on trying to get through this fight. Now I'm just going to be alternating between the 2 harps and singing with them. Horse is just going to be chucking all the shurikens in the world that we have, because we have tons of them. And actually, Sirith is going to be pretty much the versatile character that could change their commands depending on what I need at this point. If somebody's low on health, I can toss an elixir on them. If party's low on health, I can use a party-wide heal. If I need to restore charges on the other red mage that's casting, I can throw an elixir on them. If I need some extra damage in a round, she can throw Chocobo's Wrath. She has options. I'm essentially now in a 2-turn cycle. In terms of my commands. I think I'm in pretty good shape, so I'm going to actually put some offense on this one. That did 62,000 with the damage from the harp, which means that she has under 60,000 remaining now. The shuriken did an extra 10,000 plus on top of that. So that's under 50,000 remaining on Cloud. Cloud starts with 120,000. Let's do that, okay? And one other thing of note that is that the shurikens can do more than 9999. They will just display 9999 if they do that. Which makes it a little hard to count damage on this one if he max rolls. And then now we've started seeing particle beams. That's the one that we're worried about. I'm still in pretty good shape, so I'm going to do that again.
Particle Beam's the most terrifying attack.
37. Minus 9. 25. She's getting pretty low. We might actually get this one round. I'm probably 2 turns away from finishing this right now. Let's into that. If everyone survives this turn, I can finish it next turn. That should probably put me in a good spot. So time should be coming up on the next round. Maybe not, but we're gonna try anyway. We're diving this. This should be low enough. I sincerely hope I didn't need that extra character alive. That'll do it. That's time.
GG's, dude.
First try. That's all I wanted on that one. First try.
You got
You're
all
so
that one-
incredibly close to your estimate too. So cool.
I mean, considering I took an extra 10-minute detour, I'm okay with that.
and you got all 3 of
For
the
those optional
map warps
bosses.
as well.
Sadly, we lost Erebus on the way. But I just want to thank everyone for this run. Thank you to Sonny and to Smelly for the commentary. Thank you, Sporadic, for hosting. Thank you for the staff for taking the run. I wanted to do this maybe in the last 2 years, but we weren't able to do that. But we had a chance to do it this year. So I'm very happy about that. And I hope that there will be another runner that is able to do this in the future and can definitely beat this time, because this time is perfectly beatable. I don't know if you guys have any other final thoughts or anything.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
I don't have much to say outside of thanks for having me along for this, man.
It's glad to have you guys along. It's been nice meeting everyone. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person this year, but I'll be there in the future. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm unmuted and I do not. What's up, everyone? I hope you all enjoyed that incredible speedrun of the Final Fantasy III 3D remake by Poorscythe. I had a fantastic time. Hope y'all had a lovely time too. We have some really nice donations coming in still, including this one. Hoishin sent in $1, no comment, just generosity. You know, every single dollar counts. It has made that total tick up further. Y'all got us over $70,000. It's $70,115 raised for Nami so far. Just incredible. I have another donation here from an anonymous donor for $44. And they say, as fellow floofs, we can share, we can be good together. And I would definitely say y'all are doing a whole lot of good for Nami together. We're all doing it together today. Just a little reminder why we are here. We are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. What does that mean? Via their 48 state offices and nearly 700 affiliates, NAMI offers a host of signature programs, presentations, and support groups that are available free of charge. This includes a national helpline that can provide information, resources, and a compassionate, understanding, trained volunteer to support anyone who calls in. NAMI is a really incredible charity that does a lot of really good work, and I'm really honored to have been able to be here to help raise funds. I mentioned it during the last run, but I'll mention it again. It's a cause near and dear to my heart. I have ADHD, and I only found out fairly recently, just in the last few years. And a lot of things that have been really hard for me for a really long time make sense now. And it's groups like NAMI that help people understand people like me. So thank you so much for your donations. All right, so coming up next, we have an interview with the runner of the last game. Of course, that is Poorscythe, and that marks the end of my time here hosting for you for RPG Limit Break 2022. It has been my absolute pleasure. And don't worry, up next, our next host, Iggy Ziggs, is just gonna rock your socks off. So please stick around for the interview. Stick around for Iggy Ziggs hosting. Stick around for the rest of the marathon. Thank you so much for being here. Take care and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. I am Toju, and I'm here with Poorscythe, who was the runner for our just recently completed Final Fantasy III 3D remake. So now that you're done, you just finished it. How you feeling about it? Did everything go as planned? Anything major go wrong?
Oh, I made all sorts of mistakes, honestly. Could have been a lot better, but I didn't make a critical mistake, which is all I was really worried about making. I didn't want to
Yeah,
make a run-ending mistake, so that was all I was trying to avoid.
yeah. Well, you came on pretty much bang on with your estimate, and I did catch the end of the run, and it seemed like it went fairly well. I saw that the Cerberus fight was being a bit uncooperative. Is that something that is normally a point of pain for the run?
I was able to play this last year for Questing for Glory 4, and let's just say it took probably on the order of 6 attempts to get through that fight.
So much better today. Although I did not too familiar with the run, but I did catch your commentators sort of alluding to the fact that the final boss is definitely one that you might want to be worried about. But it seemed like it went pretty well. You know, you had a death at the end, but didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, I mean, I had no deaths on that final boss. Honestly, if somebody dies on that final boss, it's very, very difficult to recover that.
Yeah, that
So,
was a pretty convenient thing to not have happen. Then.
so yeah, I mean, that's one of the fights I was real hoping went well, and that went as well as it could have gone, honestly.
Yeah, that's great. And I know that on a similar note, you've had a bit of a tumultuous last couple days, and you were dealing with a bit of a sickness. How has the last couple days been for you, and how's it affected your preparation, or even the run today as well?
I was watching the FF2 Pixel remaster run on Thursday evening, and then shortly after that, I started kind of like losing my voice.
Hmm.
I didn't really want, and I was a little worried at that point because it was getting very, very difficult to talk, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to do this run, or at least talk during this run. And my commentator situation had not been sorted out to my satisfaction, so I had to get a little aggressive on that. And thankfully, I had people suggesting alternatives such as like pour yourself a cup of tea or something, and honestly, that did pretty well.
Yeah, no, you sound pretty good, all things considered. I'm sure everyone's glad you're able to power through for a really great run. And actually, this is the second time you've had a run at RPG Limit Break, so you could say you're a little bit of a veteran at this point. How did you find doing this run, sickness aside, compared to the first time, especially with your first time being live in person and this one as remote?
It's actually my third run because
Oh,
I was
third
able
run,
to.
my mistake.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was able to play at FF1 for the PSP at
Mm,
RPG Limit Break 2018, and I was able to
mm.
play FF2 of PSP at the most recent event, RPG Limit Break 2019. So those were interesting. Those were very interesting runs here. This one was a little bit different. It's longer, considerably longer of a run than the other two. I got trolled pretty heavily during the FF2 run in 2019. FF1 run went pretty well. I was on backup for that year, and I was very close to canceling my registration for the event when I discovered that they had put it on the main schedule.
Mm.
So I'm glad I didn't cancel that. I was very happy about that. In terms of preparation, I feel like I know what has to happen now, but even leading up to the runs, I still get nervous about what's going to happen. It's just hard to avoid that.
No, I think the jitters are always a thing, even for doing stuff like this, like interviews. It's kind of unavoidable, like you said. And I guess you sort of touched on it as well, but your main games pretty much are Final Fantasy 1 through 3, and you know it's a trend for you that you like to run a couple different versions of each game, and this is the same for Final Fantasy 3. So in addition to the 3D remake, which is the one that we saw today, you actually also run the Pixel remaster version. And I was looking back at the submissions, and you submitted it as well. So how do you think that the two runs compare? And was the one that got in your preference, or would you like to have seen Pixel remaster have gotten it?
They are completely different runs just because they're completely different versions of the game with different balance and completely different strategies. Most of the glitches that exist in this version, the 3D remake, especially the Steam version, do not exist even in other versions of the 3D remake like the PSP. Um, But the Pixel Remaster is an interesting run. It just gets a little uninteresting towards the end because there's a very dominant strategy with jumping with the Dragoon class in that version, and you can use a Blood Lance or one or two Blood Lances with them, which allows you to jump and avoid many attacks and essentially restore health to your character, which is very, very effective, but it can be a little repetitive because you're doing that for a lot of the run.
Yeah, that's understandable. And I guess actually on a similar note, I don't know how much you know about this version, but there's another FF3 run coming up, and that one is fairly significantly different than the one you just did. And you can probably tell that by the estimate alone. So I do encourage everyone to stick around for that. But yeah, I guess you're done now. Is there anything you wanted to add or shout out before we close off your run for this marathon?
I again wanted to thank the organizers for allowing me to participate remotely. I was really hoping to be there in person this year, but it just wasn't able to make it happen. And I'm really, really thankful for the people that have been able to help me out. I mean, all the tech setup, the hosts, the people that have been helping with commentary, especially Sonny. I think I surprised him overnight with the offer to do this, mostly because I was very worried that I wouldn't be able to talk too much, and I didn't want it to be super boring for people.
Yeah, it's kind of a blessing and a curse having remote runs available. We would obviously like everyone to be in person, but it opens up a lot of opportunities for people who wouldn't otherwise be able to participate in the marathon. So it's definitely great to see that we're utilizing that to its fullest. I guess just before we throw it back, we just have to talk about a couple prizes. We have our current prize block, which started at the beginning of Poorscythe's run, and it goes until the end of Fire Emblem Three Houses later today. We do have some relevant prizes available during that time. We do have a Three Houses wall clock, which is available for a $15 minimum donation. We have the original Final Fantasy VII for PlayStation 1. That is a $10 minimum donation. And we also have a Magicite sculpture for a $20 minimum donation. Reminder that RPG Limit Break is here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and your donations do go a long way towards helping people in need. So thank you so much for your support. So next up, we do, like I said, have another Final Fantasy III run. This time is going to be the NES version by Zoe Vermillion, and it will be very different. So I do encourage you to stick around for that. And so with that, I'm going to thank you, Poorscythe, for joining me. Congrats on your run, and we're going to throw it back over to Iggy Zig, who's going to be your host for the next few hours.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Toju, and thank you, Poorscythe, for that wonderful post-game interview. And let's hear it one more time for Sporadic Erratic, our previous host. Get some applause in chat, y'all, for an incredible individual. Always a pleasure to hear them on the mic, holding everything down, just so inspiring. Thank you so much, Sporadic. And hey, everybody, salutations, one and all. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2022, sponsored by Twitch and raising money to support the National Alliance on Mental Illness. My name is Iggy Zig, coming at you on this absolutely gorgeous Saturday morning. And whether you're on site in Salt Lake City, like a certain gargantuan piplup named J-Hobbs, God, I can't start staring. It's so big. Or if you're just kicking it in this particularly adorable chat that we got, I want to see y'all settled and getting 100% comfy for a trio of incredible speedruns featuring games from that pre-golden age of RPG gaming goodness. Coming up next is Final Fantasy III. All right, that's the game so nice, they put it on the schedule twice. We're going to be seeing next the Famicom version of FF3, brought to y'all by the ever-amazing Zoe Vermillion, who's going to be performing an 90% Western rules run of the game. Now, if you didn't know, the OG FF3 has some fun stuff that could be done pretty much right near the start of the game. So if you want a sense of how fun, just take a look at that estimate for this run. If you're anything like me, the first time watching this run be done, your jaw is going to drop when time is called. It is going to be so good, and you're not going to have to wait long to see it because Zoe's going to have it ready for you in just a little bit. I want to take a moment to appraise y'all of that bid war coming up for the character name for the Magic of Scheherazade. It is absolutely neck and neck right now. Edgar is taking the lead by just $5 against Lena. Lena? Are they both okay? They both better be okay. But Edgar, that one I can say, and that one is currently in the lead. We have this very short run. We have a bit of a break, and then we have a setup to get that decided. That's going to be called right when the Magic of Scheherazade starts. So please, if you want to get in on the fun, go ahead and get your donations and put towards that. It's pretty incredible. Let us go. And I do want to take a few seconds to let you know why we are here and why we are doing what we do. The last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That is 52.9 million people. And thankfully, there is a representative organization like NAMI that's going to be able to bring awareness and let you know that you are not alone. And they do urge to please remember to reach out for help if you need it. Once again, you're not alone. And I do want to share a story here that came in from Uncle Dave for a $20 donation. Their comment reads, in college, far too many years ago, I very nearly attempted suicide. 10 years later, I actually did try. I'm doing much better now, thanks to medication and therapy. I don't talk about it much, even today, because our culture still shames discussion of mental health. I wish I'd known of orgs like NAMI in the 1990s. My whole life might have been different. Delighted to be able to donate now. Hopefully, others will have a less difficult time dealing with mental health issues in the future. Thank you so much, Uncle Viv, for sharing your story. And thank you for being here, donating, and helping out the cause. And remember, everyone out there, if you need help, it is out there. You are not alone. Thank you so much. We also have an anonymous $5 donation. No comment, but thank you so much for your generousness, your generosity. And once again, every little bit helps trying to get us to our donation goal this year of $100,000. Currently sitting at, let me do a quick refresh here, $70,000, 640. We're on an incredible pace. Let's keep it going, everyone. Let's do it. And on the incentives front, I do want to keep you all aware of our next incentive that we're trying to meet, that glitch exhibition that's going to be happening at the end of the Fire Emblem Three Houses race later in this afternoon. We are $351 out of 3,000, 10% of the way there and change. We have plenty of marathon to get that in. Remember, more RPG exhibitions, more glitch exhibitions, more showcases, more expansions. Their categories means more RPG LB for you. So let's keep on getting those donations in. When you go ahead and get your donations in, go ahead and click on would you like to add incentives and click yes. Let's get it in.